welcome one and all here to the Umzansi Esports League. We are proceeding with the fifth season. We've seen amazing action over the last couple of months, and we've been seeing amazing action over the last couple of weeks, and now we're going to be seeing more of it coming out here today. My name is Sneh. I'm joined by Tendo Plays. We're going to be starting things off in the FIFA22 side of things before moving on over into PUBG Mobile. But across both of these titles here, Tendo, we're not just playing games for fun. We're crowning the best of the best within Africa, finding out who deserves to wear the crown of Umzansi Esports League champion and who legitimately deserves to get a prize, or a slice rather, of that sweet prize pool. Before we get into any of that, good sir, how are you doing today? And tell me, are you looking forward to this first day of our third week?
Last week was really spicy, and I think this week will just turn it up a little bit hotter. I think there's some interesting matchups that are coming up, and I'm really excited to see who will be top of the table by the end of this week's play.
Yep, who will be top of the table? It's a very important table to find yourself elevating through, because of course that is how you get yourself into the playoffs, and that's how you find yourself winning out this overall championship and getting that sweet money at the end of the day. We need to remember what everybody is playing for, and I've been talking about money quite a few times. Let's see how much it is. Because Tendo, it's somewhat difficult to remember sometimes just how extravagant the prize pool is here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. We've crowned 4 different champions every single time in the past. So it's not even a situation of, hey, I can try and double my return. You always have to work hard to just try and get to the number 1 spot and stay there, which is so far not been done a single time. Not once. Not once. Do you think it might be the season where that changes, fam?
Look, I don't know. It actually just might be the season, right? Because we're coming off a Beast Bianchi win. So as reigning champion, he just might be able to push it over the mark because of just how good his form is right now, you know? So maybe in the timeline in the future, if we can peer to it, he might be there at the tippy top, but there's always new contenders to that throne. And I'm sure everybody is gunning for it.
Speaking of some of those new contenders, let us see who's playing up today to try and get themselves into his position right now, as we do have a schedule for you all to witness. We're starting off the day with Bobo Beast taking on Darth Mayhem, 2 of these kind of players that have been making their way up the rankings, up the local FIFA scene, demonstrating that they do have what it takes to hang with the best of the best. Of course, afterwards, we'll be seeing Mobizilla and Masum, a matchup literally as old as the Umzansi Esports League itself. This was, if I remember correctly, our second or third matchup at all, so it's quite a classic to be having it coming up here again today on this first day of the third week. And then, of course, afterwards, we transition into PUBG Mobile to witness these squads compete on Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. Groups A and C, which have not just some great competitors within these groups, but the Mad Knights are playing again tonight. So all you PUBG Mobile fans, you certainly want to be sticking around until later, because you want to see the team again. But, Tendo, what this is about at the beginning is FIFA. And what these players are playing for, fam, is not just to try and dislodge Giulio the Beast Bianchi from his perch at the top of the local FIFA scene. It's about that $2,500 that you can claim from this. Of course, PUBG Mobile has a bit more money, but that's a squad game. And I don't know if you've played a lot of these competitive games for this money, Tendo. It's a lot easier to convince everyone to get along when it's just you. You don't have to worry about thinking about, hey, everybody, hey, stop messing up. If you keep messing up, suddenly we're only getting $250 instead of $500. But if you're one player by yourself, you can get that inspiration within yourself to always climb to the very top.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about it last week, where you have to basically be the coach, you know, your analyst, just everything all packed into one player, most for these FIFA players. And looking at that prize pool distribution, it's looking hard for these players, right? You want to make sure you're in that top 4, because that's when it really starts to double up. We're looking at first place getting $1,200, and that's all to play for in that championship weekend. You know, it's going to go down. I'm excited to see who our top 4 is going to be, but there's still some answers that need to be solved today. My big question is this the time that Darth Mayhem kind of makes a comeback? Is he going to show us a little bit more this time around? And he's got an opponent that, I guess, if you're looking at it on paper, he's kind of like, you know, Bobo Beast isn't the biggest dog in the league right now. Yes, he made it to that final, but like, you know, was that a fluke maybe? We don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see when we get into those playoff weekends once again. But today, I think Sneh is maybe Dart's opportunity to come back.
It's one of his chances to come back because with how things have been going for him so far, not super successful. Of course, the standings are where everything really comes to fruition at the very end of proceedings here. This is how you get into those playoffs. And Darth Mayhem, like you mentioned, hasn't had the easiest time, but this might be a chance for him because whilst Bobo Beast is sitting in third right now, it's under some interesting and somewhat dubious circumstances. One could easily argue that he should be at the very top with Masum and Beast Bianchi, but he suffered a very late draw against Young Savage. And we don't know how that's going to be affecting his confidence coming into this particular matchup, especially considering that Bobo Beast usually finds himself doing the best when he's punching above his weight class. It's actually like sort of watching Dragon Ball Z, fam. If I see Bobo Beast, he's Goku to me. The harder the opponent, the better this guy plays, and the more that he's going to draw out of himself in that power.
Yeah.
But in this situation, Darth Mayhem, he's the one that needs to dig deep for that Super Saiyan energy. If he loses this match, if he loses this game, then suddenly he is 3 losses down, 0 points having been earned, and even worse goal difference. Suddenly, he's not asking questions about how do I get into the playoffs, but instead, how on earth do I avoid relegation, Tendo? Then how many times have we seen Darth Mayhem in that exact kind of circumstance here in the Umzansi Esports League?
Too many times to count at this point, and like I'm looming over the fact that this is probably one of the fixtures that he needs to look to get some points. It's a little bit tough for him because as bottom of the log right now, having to verse third place, statistically the odds are against him here. You'd have to give it to Bobo Beast, but after watching him crumble a little bit against Young Savage, I don't know if you want to call it crumbling, Snare, because I think just an unfortunate circumstances of events happened because it was 2-0 and then all of a sudden it just went crazy. So not too sure what to expect from Bobo Beast this time around, but maybe it'll be a little bit better considering it is Darth Mayhem. But yeah, you're right. I mean, for Darth, it's, I think if he loses this game and it's starting to go downhill because it's 7 games total, and unfortunately there's no like that nice halfway point. You're kind of like in a weird number when you get to that third match where it's like, okay, if I don't have any points on the board right now, I'm actually looking at relegation.
Yep, relegation might be on the cards here for Darth Mayhem, so he needs to bring his best foot forward without a doubt. This matchup between himself and Bobo Beast is means a lot for both of these players. We've been talking about how bad it could be for Darth Mayhem if he loses this one. On the other side here, Tendo, for Bobo Beast, he needs to win this one because you just said it yourself.
It's laid out on a silver platter for him, This is a great game for him to just get a confidence boost and just secure his top 4 position.
I mean, if he doesn't do it, you just literally spoke about it earlier, the fact that he and many of us have been wondering whether or not his success getting into the playoffs in the last season, was that a fluke? When he came in super hot and he was the only person to beat Julia the Beast Bianchi, was that a fluke? Was that a situation where he just happened to be hot on that day and everyone else was cold? Or does he actually have the consistency, not just the talent? Just getting here demonstrates that you have the talent to be here, but the consistency is what separates championship players from just everybody else. So he needs to show which kind of player that he's putting himself into here. If he wins, though, it does mean that he is definitely challenging at the top of this card. In fact, weirdly enough, if he wins, Tendo, he'll actually be first. He'll actually be at the top of the
just
group,
so now, right? We still have Masum later on, guys. So, but it's a good mental state to get yourself into that. After this game, I will be first on the leaderboard, regardless if Masum wins, because there is the possibility that maybe Moby pulls something out of the hat right later on. Yep. We don't know. We have to focus on this first game for now. And for Bobo Beast, it is about winning this game, becoming first place, and just solidifying a little bit more confidence in his run. He had it against Young Savage, like we said, but lost it towards the end. So this is the game where he needs to just continue that streak of momentum that he does have and not crumble to any witty plays that Darth might, pull through. Because the thing is, right, guys, with all these streams that we do, all these podcasts, there's tapes, there's VODs, there's demos on how these people play, and everyone can get information. Just like Darth, if he's got the, determination, the will, and if he's telling the coach self in his brain, today we're studying this gameplay that Bobo Beast does, and he has a good game plan, he can definitely beat Bobo Beast, right? So you can't take any competitor lightly in the Umzansi Esports League.
You cannot whatsoever. Darth Mayhem has oftentimes been a bit of a punching bag to some of these players in the league, but that by no means means that you can allow yourself to not take him seriously. In fact, we can even argue that the fact that he's been a punching bag shows that everybody took him as seriously as humanly possible to put their best foot forward, play their best FIFA, and not allow the name that they're going up against to influence how they're going to perceive the game. I'm very excited to see how this game is going to pan out. I do think that obviously we've been talking about the fact that Bobo Beast should have a bit of a natural advantage coming into this one, but natural advantages mean nothing in this game, Tendo. History means nothing in this game. All that matters is what you do on the pitch, and to find out exactly how that's going to pan out, we have Bobo Beast taking on Darth Mayhem. The game is live. Let's get into it, Tendo. Let us see what the victory is going to be and who's it going to. Before there's too much action, give me a prediction. What's going to be the scoreline?
Oh, 4-2 Bobo Beast.
4-2
just
Bobo.
To spice it up.
All right.
Yeah, just
I'm gonna go to make it even spicier. I'm gonna go 2-1 Darth Mayhem. Let's go. Come on.
All right.
And, this is cool because this is like the Nkosi Super Cup matchup, right? We've had several of these players. In fact, half of our Umzansi Esports League right now is comprised of players that have come up from the Nkosi Super Cup. So it's really good to be able to see, like, not just the fact that these players can make it up, but to see what kind of different looks they bring to the game, right? The different perception about what the meta should be like. One of those perceptions, though, is Ronaldo R9 from Bobo Beast, not even allowing us to have a talking point because he is going for the kill here, Tendo. 1-0 already for Bobo Beast here.
Once upon a time, and so it began. Is this the storyline for the night, ladies and gentlemen? If you're just joining in, it's the Umzansi Esports League, and Bobo Beast is really pulling in that fire. And here he is once again looking for an attack, but thankfully the defense is awake. Marquinhos will recover from that. And yeah, Snare, I mean, is this gonna be just the start of something? But wait, as I speak, Al-Sharawi's in a little bit of space, but no, will be defended. Yeah, is this the start of just the downhill spiral for, you know, Darth Mayhem in this match? What do you think's about to happen here?
I hope not. We've seen that spiral from him before several times in the past. He seems to lose his nerve and confidence after a couple of goals have been let through. So I think it's highly contingent on what happens with this next goal, and if he's going to one that gets it, or if it's going to be Bobo Beast. Like sometimes you get scored against in the first 5 minutes of FIFA, whatever. Literally happened to me earlier today. I'm still a bit upset about it, but fortunately, Darth Mayhem is a higher caliber of player than I am. And so far, he's still on the attack, Tendo, not allowing himself to get completely overwhelmed. He might get this goal back. Not going to be able to do so, though. The defense, good from Bobo Beast. But still some signs of life here from Darth Mayhem. He's not playing like he's a player that's already mentally defeated.
Has to make sure he isn't toppled just yet. He's on a good attack once again. Al-Sharawi has been a player that he's been picking, maybe for good reason, as the pass into the box had an opportunity, but it was a little bit squandered there. And now it's going to be once again a Bobo Beast on it. Mbappe's on the ball. Can be dangerous. There's a person making a run. The through ball was intercepted, thankfully, just in time, but it might have just hit that offside mark. I'm not too sure. We'll have to have had that ball go into play, but now it looks like Darth is on an opportunity, but the defender bullies him off that one. That's unfortunate. Allison will have safe hands with that. And yeah, I mean, the playground right now, it's just rough to be out here, dude. If you don't have that tuck shop money, and you know.
Yep.
They want that tuck shop money.
Right there. Yeah, man.
They're coming
in
for
your
it.
Pockets.
Haven't we just seen some crazy scenes thus far in like season 5, just with slide tackles, especially with the Beast? Some of those slide tackles should not be going through, but hey, it is what it is. Mbappe's in, but
what an interception.
Good interception.
That was beautiful. Honestly, the way I've been feeling about these referees, I've just been thinking that I haven't had as much time lately to watch UFC as much as I used to. So I'm just glad that we're getting UFC in this FIFA games instead. You know, shout out to the FIFA producers for making that happen for me. Now, though, Darth Mayhem, shout out to him for getting a very strong attack going. Will earn the first corner kick of this game. Will he be able to transition this into a goal? The header just slightly off target. The power was fine. The angle was okay. But if it had gone a little bit up instead of down, it would have been in the back of the net, Tendo. But still, since the goal has been conceded, we find that Bobo Beast has only had one other bite at the cherry. Most of these attacks have been coming from Darth Mayhem here, Tendo. He's not allowing himself to be counted out so easily.
Yeah, definitely. Darth is looking good. He's looking sharp, right? And I think we always mention how sharp Darth does look. It's just that his finishing ability isn't quite where everybody else is in the league. He's got some good plays. He's able to find some good channels to work from, but it just needs to work on finishing. Ronaldo's bring the ball in and it goes out. I believe that will be a corner. No, it's actually a goal kick. All right.
Okay.
Let's see how that one bounced. It's all good. It's all right. Bobo will fight for that one, but won't be able to gain possession of it just yet. Paqueta now on the ball. El Shaarawy will see if he can get out of this close pocket of space over here. Darth, he's done a little bit, but not enough. Marquinhos there, like a brick wall, will stop that attack in its tracks. But now it is going to be Bobo Beast on that counter.
Let's see what he can accomplish here himself. He's running this up, finds Mbappe. Beautiful pass from him, but there's still several black shirts to get past here. Unfortunately, Darth Mayhem going to be crisp on that defense. One of the things we used to critique him on quite heavily in the past was being lax on the defensive side of things. Not been the case so far in this matchup, even though he's conceded the one goal. I must say, though, his attack, for the most part, I was about to say, I'm actually very happy he's trying to run the ball up on the right. He's been very predictable with these left-sided runs. Unfortunately, though, not as concise on the right, on the left, rather. So here we go. There might be a goal coming back from Bobo Beast. Not going to be able to get it into the back of the net. So it's a lot of threat being going forward, and it feeling like he's starting to figure this out here, Tendo, on the side of Bobo Beast. He's getting a hang of the rhythm of Darth Mayhem, intercepting more of these balls, stopping him before he gets close to the box. Hell, stopping him in midfield, not even in the final third itself. I do not like the direction this is boding for Darth Mayhem. He needs to make something different happen, and very, very soon.
Something different does need to happen. Oh, maybe that's it. That run in Bale. That's an interesting name to see. Will the pace come in? Yes! The shot, though, not good from Neymar, unfortunately. Goes straight to the keeper. And good opportunity for Darth, once again, on the attacking forefront over here. But just unable to finish. It's just tragic. Is this going to be the tragedy of Darth Mayhem? We'll see just if he can get through. Yeah, maybe. No, not enough pace onto that pass to get the space that he needed to run onto it. Now Mbappe, and it's so sloppy, it's so messy it feels right now, right, Sneh? I don't know. Yep. Bobo doesn't really feel like he's in control of the game. He's just hanging onto this lead, and Mayhem is just trying his very best to get control of the ball and make sure he can get his front foot in there, but to no avail.
It does feel like right now that Bobo Beast is just a little bit surprised by the fact that he hasn't been able to put so many of these balls into the back of the net. There've been some good opportunities from him. Not as many attacks as we saw Darth Mayhem try to string together, but most of his attacks did find themselves into on-target positions. Just a little bit unlucky. He probably feels that he didn't get this goal. So that's probably why he's getting a bit errant with his passing. He's like, what the hell? How am I not more ahead right now? But on the other side for Bobo, I'm glad it's almost like he's listening to me. I was glad he started switching it up. Just being a bit predictable on the left side. Now trying to involve Gareth Bale on the other side of the pitch. So it's like, well, that's not a dimensional play we've seen so far from Darth Mayhem into the games. But let's see if that particular way of playing is going to be good for him to get a goal back as we enter the second half of play. Still the first leg, Tendo. It's still only one goal. One goal can sometimes be the difference maker, but oftentimes literally means nothing, especially when it was scored as early as it was in this matchup.
Unfortunate there. Nothing will come from that attack for Bobo, but now he's back on the ball. We'll see what can happen. All right. Everything is still calm. Trying to build up the play, trying to get back into it. Vieira. Oh, no space to really work from. And now Bale on the wing now. Can Mayhem find something? Mbappe, header on, traps it nice, traps it well. The pass not well though, not a good pass. And now Bobo can recycle the ball. Messi on it. And it's not a creative match, I'd like to say. I think it's, like you said, very predictable. So it's easy to find, you know, the room to close out some of the attacks that are coming through. But this cross in is not predictable. The shot in isn't predictable, but it still goes wide. What is that?
Oh my god.
That's unfortunate.
Right. If I'm Bobo, I'm actually way more upset if I'm Bobo right now than I am if I'm Darth Mayhem. Darth will be like, well, that really should have been a goal. This might actually energize him. You know, we often talk about how FIFA is a game of moments, and this moment might be good for Darth Mayhem. Does get flagged as being offside. Fairly close call, but still, I think the referee probably got that one right at the end of the day. Him and the linesman working together in tandem. Now Darth Mayhem needs to be back on the defense. Bobo looking for a way forward with R9. But this predictability, I was critiquing Darth Mayhem for it earlier, but Bobo falling into the same pitfalls as well. And Darth figuring it out piece by piece. He's back in control here, Tendo. If he can get this goal into the back of the net, he's going to feel so good about the game. But another errant ball. But he's not giving up, Tendo. He's going to try again.
Yeah, but it just feels like recycled play. Like we haven't seen anything different from both players thus far. But maybe right now Ronaldo can run the ball in, find a little bit of room to work with, but he's getting closed out quite quickly here from the defense of Darth Mayhem. And Bobo really needs to find his lead, but no, the pass in. What's that? The karate slide. He gets away at least now. Bequeta on the ball. Are there going to be any players on here? Yes, he finds one in front, but look at the man he has to verse. It's a giant in front of him, and the giant shall win this time around. Unfortunate. Oh, no.
But we're not done. It's not over.
Really tough.
Marquinhos
it's not over.
Didn't manage to clear the ball.
Man, it's such a messy game right now. It's hard to even keep track. It just feels like Darth attacks, and then Bobo gets the ball, recycles to a counter play, but his counter play gets squandered in the front, and it's just up and down. It's like a yo-yo. He's back in, but no space. Again, still a stalemate to some degree, right? Bobo is winning just a little bit.
Bobo came off the mark a little bit sharper when the game itself started, and that's why he's one goal ahead. If not for that, we'd be looking at a very different complexity of this matchup right now. Still, as it stands, Bobo Beast has done enough so far, given that Darth Mayhem is really struggling to crack the defense on the other side of the pitch. Now, though, Bobo Beast trying to make this a bit more legit in terms of how far ahead he is. Nuno Mendes will find Corona. Can't really unleash R9, so instead goes back to Jude Bellingham, who finds Mbappe in the box. Can't get past this man, though. Chiellini is going to be there, and he's going to find a... ref. Okay. I was going to say...
Noticing a lot of offsides right now from Darth as well. I'm not loving it too much, right? It's showing he's a little bit hesitant, and he just needs to calm down a little bit, because if you keep conceding these offsides, you're just squandering your opportunities. So he needs to just calm down. This is a good time to take a breath, I think, for all of us. Because the game is back and forth, like I said. It feels like a yo-yo, almost. And the lack of creativity is kind of contributing towards that, because it just feels like they're unable to really outthink each other, and they're just doing enough to make sure nothing goes through to the back of the net from either side, while still trying to be on the offensive. We'll see now if this will lead to a goal for Darth. Players have tracked back. There's a space, but the space is closed out quick.
Very, very quickly there. And then not a moment too soon, because had he been allowed to move in there, Darth Mayhem would have been in on goal. Unfortunately, though, he has still had issues with his finishing, so it might not have been with a goal, but still has time to try and churn that outcome around. 15 minutes left in regulation play. Right now, though, Bobo trying to make this 2-0. Won't be able to do so. Strong challenge from Darth Mayhem. Let's see where he goes with this one. Can't really find the space, though. He gets stolen the ball away. This is going to be an open opportunity here for Bobo Beast. And with Suarez, he gets into the box, gets past this man, gets it into the bottom corner. How many times in real life have we seen Luis Suarez grab a goal out of nowhere? It happens now in the game, and that's going to be putting Bobo Beast 2-0 up. Darth Mayhem has so much work to do, Tendo, and very little time to do it.
Ecstatic Bobo must be right now, because he's been fighting the whole game to just keep this lead, because Darth's been biting at it, but just unable to really sink the needle. We'll see now. Maybe he'll find an answer. Maybe he'll find some room. No, he won't. We'll get intercepted. Nice read there from Bobo. I'm telling you,
Jude Bellingham, bro. Get this guy.
Yeah, man. He's out here. Just tragedy in the midfield if you're unable to contain them, honestly, as it stands. He's on another attack. Maybe he'll be able to just, put the nail in the coffin here. There's still a few minutes to work with.
Yeah. Those minutes, though, he would much prefer to turn this into a 3-0 lead rather than having to deal with 2-1. Hell, even the 2-0, not necessarily the most safe position for him. However, if he keeps the ball away from Bobo or from Darth Mayhem the way he's doing right now, he'll still be in very good stead. Bobo, last bite at the cherry here, won't be able to keep the ball. This will give a chance to Darth Mayhem to try and do something special and spectacular. We'll find the ball onto Al Sharawi, onto this left flank, who's inside the box right now. Who can he unleash? He gets into Neymar, but Neymar covered very effectively by the defender, and that defender
Oh no,
turns the ball
Suarez.
around Tendo. Suarez again, trying to steal more glory for Bobo Beast.
What?
Not going to be able to do so though, because he was passing to a phantom player. Suarez can see ghosts. We cannot see who he was passing to. Unfortunately, that just means the game will end 2-0.
Wait, you speak too soon? No, you spoke soon enough. It seems it'll probably end off as we are, but there's still an attack happening. Philippe Anderson getting closed out, finding some room to work with here. Can Bobo find a closer? Doesn't seem like it. It will end off 2-0. And yeah, interesting match, I'd have to say. I think out of all the games that we've seen so far in Season 5, this has to be one of the more lopsided matches, right? It just feels like there's no smooth edges on this one. Like Bobo's in the lead, yeah, sure. Like we predicted, like he's versing third in the leaderboard, and it's 8th. So it's like, yeah. You know, Bobo's probably got this one in the bag, but it feels a bit shaky for Bobo right now. He's got good ground to work with coming into the second leg, and I mean, now if we're looking at it, it's what, -8 goal difference for Darth Mayhem, and now we have to start looking at that, because now if he gets another 2 goals on this one, sitting on 10, it's almost going to be impossible to come back on those those terms later on in the league, right? Especially if you're unable to find wins. Man, it's tough for Darth, because he's got some good plays in him. We've seen him, you know, create some good pockets of space to just get something, but unable to really finish. I think that's his biggest problem.
Yeah, it's been a perennial problem from him, right? The final product has always been at issue. No matter how good the build-up might look, no matter how good the control might look, there was large portions of this game where he was, if we're just taking into account passes being made, how far off the pitch you're able to move the ball, how much possession you're holding onto the ball, that he was ahead in those moments, but doesn't really mean anything if you can't convert that into gold onto the other side of the pitch. And it's been a thing that he's been struggling with, but the main struggle he's going to have now if he loses this game is, how do I climb out of this hole I'm in? Relegation seems to be calling, because it's not then at that point, even if you win every other game that you have left here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Not On Gaming Africa, that still means you're struggling with goal difference. You have to pretty much post up like 3-4-0 games every single game, and that kind of pressure, it's a lot for any kind of player, but especially for a player in Darth Mayhem's position, who's still, it's a very sad stat, Tendo. It's a very sad one. It doesn't fill me with happiness, right? But our boy Darth Mayhem is still looking for his first win in the Umzansi Esports League. This is his 3rd time with us here in the division. Still looking for that opening game where things start to look up and look positive for him. So this is potentially the last opportunity he'll have for a viable, reasonable opportunity for that to happen, because his opponents that come next, he still has to play the Masums. He still has to play the Young Savages. He still has to play the Divox. It doesn't get any easier after this, so he needs to find a way to level up in this decisive second leg.
Yeah, like when we were building this match up, we said it. Like, this is one of those matches where it has to be a win for Darth. If he can pull it out, this is the game where he will pull it out, because we're seeing it already that he's got some good looks on Bobo. It's just unfortunate that he's unable to really get the sinker. But looks like the next leg is ready to go, and maybe now we'll find an answer for Darth Mayhem here, ladies and gentlemen. It is now or never. Cue the High School Musical beat.
Unironically, great series of movies. As not Bobo Beast, he wants to start off in the same way he started off the first leg, with an incredibly early goal. Fortunately for Darth Mayhem, he'll be able to prevent that and look for a goal of his own. There's actually quite a bit of space here. Chiellini, though. All right, that was ridiculous. That defensive run, if he doesn't get there, that's actually a guaranteed goal. I've been scored against in that position so many times. So shout out to Bobo Beast for recognizing the danger and snuffing it out before it got too scary. But Darth Mayhem still playing this aggressive posture. I'm glad to see that even though he lost out in that game, he's not allowing himself to just get sucked into playing completely defensively in the second leg.
Chiellini has been a pillar thus far in Season 5 for that defense. Really strutting the Italian flag up high. We'll see if this attack can get up high. The pitch. Oh my gosh, I swear sometimes it's just
we have
a mouthful.
English shading today, bro.
Hey man, load shading, English shading, it's just shading everywhere, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a bit sad, guys. We're supposed to be joined by the desk by Iro OG. Unfortunately, load shading said not today, bro.
Yep.
He will be missed.
Also,
hopefully he will be back.
Is this a goal? No.
Nah.
Don't you feel like Bobo maybe held on to the ball a little bit too long there? That had he gone for
Yeah,
the
just a little
immediate
bit.
lob ball, well, he might have another chance here. Still looking for the turn. Okay, that time I can't really say too much about it. If he'd gone for the back heel pass immediately, the player would have overran the ball. So completely understand. And he's not done just yet. Still has more opportunities here. Good read from Darth Mayhem with that interception. But Tendo, when you're playing on this side of the pitch, we've spent the most of this game on the side here for Darth Mayhem. Yes, he hasn't conceded a goal just yet. But when he understands that, each passing minute diminishes my opportunity to be able to bring this back unless I'm scoring goals myself, you start to feel very positive about Bobo B's chances to win this one out, even if he's not scoring goals at the moment.
Yeah, and I think if Bobo gets this win over here, like I said, we'll start considering him a top 4. He's going to have enough points to keep some grounding in there. I think his next couple of fixtures will be a bit difficult, but it is probably a few that he could snag a win out of it. I'd say maybe like one more win for Bobo in this kind of situation could put him in that top 4. We'll see. No, maybe an attack on, a shot on the keeper with the Spider-Man reflexes, but there's a player to rebound. Is this the comeback that is needed? No, wait, I'm lying. It's actually Bobo coming in.
Yeah,
it is Bobo coming in with the goal. So underrated. Wait, did we get this mixed around again? I thought
we did. You know what happened, right? What happened is that because they swapped kits in between leg 1 and 2. So in the leg number 1, Darth Mayhem was in the white kit, or rather vice versa. Darth Mayhem was, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. Darth Mayhem was in the black, Bobo Beast was in the white. This time around, they swapped for the second leg. And this is, most of the time that we've gotten confused on this is because we weren't sure who was playing what. This time the kit got us confused, but it's fine. Bobo is now 3 goals up, trying to make it 4. Great pass to R9. There's no way this is not a goal. Why did he shoot?
What?
Oh no, he had the second man. Mbappe was right there. He was open. Tendo, what just happened? Bobo Beast just prevented himself from making it 4 goals to 0.
Yeah, a bit awkward shot, I think, that came from him. Neymar's on the ball. Neymar's running. He's still on it. He's fighting for his life over here. Darth is angry. I think he's more angry at us getting the kids wrong. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think there should be a rule that, like if the one match, it's like black and white. You can't swap it around. Oh, whoa! In my rambling, we got a goal from Neymar. Okay. Darth is alive. Darth is awake. So we started off over here in the 30th minute as we started the first leg as 2-goal lead for Bobo B. So he still got the opportunity to close this one out quite comfortably as long as he doesn't concede any more goals. We'll see what happens. He's on the attack now, but it's a little bit squandered as the ball is sent flying to the air. What kind of pass is that? I don't know. It gets to where it needs to get to, I guess. Yep. But yeah, it's just a bit tough for him to get past this point in the pitch right now, Darth Mayhem.
It is tough, but the fact that he's managed to come back with a goal, this might help marshal his mental resources so that he can get more goals on the other side. Does need to prevent this attack, though. Bobo trying to get this very far right up. Mbappe untouched. Oof. Mbappe uncontested. Lovely. And Mbappe unstoppable as he lashes the ball into the back of the net. That is going to be 2-1 in the second leg. 4-1 on aggregate. Bobo Beast showing that, well, you can score goals against me, fam, but do not forget that I can do the same. Maintaining the positive goal difference and making this game still very difficult for Darth Mayhem. 3 goals is what he needs here, Tendo, to just level out the series. 3 is a lot. 1 or 2 maybe, but 3 is quite a bit of work for him to do. Although Mbappe gets the turn. No!
What?
He touches on the ball, but somehow not fast enough on the close-in with the defense from Bobo Beast. And that's going to give the chance for Darth Mayhem to turn, get it into the back of the net. And now it's 2-2. It's all level in this leg. Only 2 goals now provide a cushion for Bobo Beast.
I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm quite enjoying this game. It's honestly it's quite something. It's it's been Bobo Beast in control for most of it. But Darth Mayhem, like we said, it's got some good looks. It's got some good vision here and there. So he can definitely come back. And with all the funny business that's happened already, this is a great way to start off the week. Here's Darth once again. Maybe an opportunity, a shot in straight to the keeper, though. Great opportunity for him to bring it back a little bit more, but he squanders it, unfortunately. So it stays at a 2-goal lead for Bobo Beast coming into this halftime. And I mean, geez, all right. It's been quite a hectic off, right? 4 goals. Like, what actually happened? It just went from quite a quiet first leg with just 2 goals coming in from Bobo Beast, one right in the beginning and one closer towards the end. And now it was just a flurry of goals. I mean, hello?
Yeah, both of them just got leveled up on this one. It sort of felt like after that first goal, Darth was like, listen, you can beat me, but I'm not going out scoring no goals today. Yeah. I was able to score against the Beast beyond here. I can score against you, fam. So he's doing this, making this game a lot more interesting than it might have been otherwise had he just sat back and folded. And it's good to see because Darth Mayhem often has been in the case where the more you score against him, the less likely he is to score it back against you. But he's still fighting. He's still demonstrating he has what it takes. And the important thing to remember here, Tendo, as we are about to go back into the second half, Bobo Beast has been here before. Bobo Beast, when he took on Young Savage, he was up 2 goals until literally the last 20 minutes of the second leg, and then he folded 2 goals being scored against him. So Darth Mayhem, there's precedent available for him if he wants to try and find some hope in history.
Well, we hope that he can maintain the lead, that nothing will really get in his way. Thus far, it's been all right. Yeah, those 2 goals that came in from Darth, quite epic, quite exciting, I think. But for now, he's still in the lead, Bobo. So on the ball once again, Cordado looking for that space, but that man literally, quite frankly, did a split to stop that ball. Let's be honest.
He's not Theo Hernandez, Theo Van Dam in that situation.
Wait. Where was it? I don't know if any of you guys have seen the new Thor trailer, right? But he hits a young Van Damme moment there, dude. I was like, oh, what's going on in the Marvel universe? Anyways, let's get back to FIFA. Quadrado's on the ball. Bellingham now down the middle. We'll see if Bobo Beast can pull away with a little bit more of a lead over here. Because remember, goal difference works both ways, right? He's looking to make sure he can maintain a few extra goals, because that also comes back later down in the league, right? When that person has 1 extra goal than you and you both have the same amount of points, it might be the difference between you getting into playoffs or staying in just the league and just, watching from the sidelines.
Yep. Darth Mayhem has seen many times in the past what the difference 1 goal can make. He's trying to get 1 goal back here for himself, though, as Mbappe in the box was trying to get to Neymar. A bit too soon to trigger out the pass, though, so it does get intercepted, giving Bobo Beast time yet again on the ball. Each second that passes brings him closer and closer to victory, but he'll have learned from his experiences against Young Savage not to take said victory for granted. You still have to try hard throughout the entire game, and he triggers out a very strong run here. Luis Suarez does get to the other side of the ball, but he's not the only one that's been learning, because Darth Mayhem has seen from the first leg, do not give space to Suarez, closing him down immediately, Tendo, and that's going to keep him at least at 2-2 for now.
2-2 for now, but the time is starting to dwindle for Darth Mayhem. There's still an opportunity to find these 2 goals, but with this attack right now, it's looking a little bit grim for him. Bellingham on the ball, he's getting closed out, and he's pulled out quite a few defenders as well. And this now needs to find the pass back to Bellingham. There's no room really to find the cross in, and it will get defended quite well there from Darth Mayhem. An opportunity maybe right now he can. As he runs it forward, he finds the pass back in. Some good foot play coming in to just find a little space, but gets closed out. Good defending from Bobo Beast. Nothing to panic for just yet, but he's still on it. He's still finding some room. He's maybe going to find a shot in, but Bale gets closed out.
Darth Mayhem is probably the only player. Half the time when we're watching a lot of these games, we think to ourselves, well, we wish these players would just do what their instinct tells them, right? Not necessarily overthink the situation. We've seen sometimes too many touches on the ball might be the thing that gets us into trouble. A yellow card, referee? Nothing? Yeah. Okay. But right. We do know, remember, Earl Hebner's referee. Yep, there we go. Herb Dean is out here. But what I've been loving what I want Darth Mayhem to do, sometimes I want him to be a little bit less instinctual and to just consider his options a bit more. You can still see that when he has the chances, when he has the space, his instinct for where to find the goal is very, very good. But when these players have as much experience as they do at this level, instinct alone is not good enough. And now the instinct of Bobo Beast is going to be very good for getting a goal, maybe, and indeed it is, into the back of the net. Instead of him being the one that gets scored against in the dying moments of the game, this time he's the one that throws in Suarez once again. The 3rd goal from him in this series. What a player of FIFA and Bobo Beast. And now what a task ahead of Darth Mayhem to try and claw back to victory with very little time left.
No time really for him to work with, honestly. It's not looking good for Darth Mayhem. Few consolation goals might be good, but oh no, there's some space to work with. A shot from Mbappe, a flying one to say the least, but the keeper will send it wide for a corner. He's gonna send it in for the cross in, but the header onto it, not so good. And it will be easy for Darth Mayhem to get that ball now. So maybe he'll be able to find this goal that he so desperately needs. And you know, Philippe Anderson has something else to say as he's running this ball forward. And now some space to take a shot, but the defenders close it out. And yeah, it's just a little tough right now for Darth Mayhem. He's just taking the brunt of the attack of Bobo Beast, I feel, Snare. And I mean, 80 minutes, 3 goals. I mean, nah, right? Like, no ways.
Yep.
It's not happening.
It's possible, but whether or not it's probable is a very different story. They might be able to at least grab back one, but the problem is we're starting to see shades of the old Darth Mayhem who loses his sharpness when he's put under this much goal-scored pressure. And we're seeing now that the way he's been carrying the ball forward, it's been a bit of desperation on the passes, not the same fluidity we've been seeing from him throughout the tie. And now Darth Mayhem might find himself really being put to bed here as Bobo is trying to string together one final attack. We'll go out right now for a corner kick. This set piece could be very dangerous. He takes it short. Who can he find inside the box here? Corona on the other side of the ball from Felipe Anderson. Good tackle there, but still on the ball is Bobo. And still so many of his shots forward. He needs to be able to find a way into the box, though. Looking for the long-range curl shots. But, you know, at this point in time, the ambition, it is a bit much. But we have seen those goals here in this season of the Umzansi Esports League 10. They've been going in somehow. Exactly.
It's been crazy. He's still on it. He finds a pass, but into the keeper. So nothing to worry about. And I mean, yeah, this is the final few touches. If there's any consolation, this is where he's going to have to find it, Darth Mayhem. And the ball is squandered back to the feet of Bobo Beast. But, I mean, you know, we can say our closing remarks pretty much for this game. Darth Mayhem had it in him to keep it competitive, but I think fell off in certain regards, in certain ways and forms. That first leg really threw him under the bus, I think. You know, if he performed a little bit better in that first leg, it would have been probably a little bit easier for him in the second one to not have to fight back as hard as he did. And I think as soon as he had to fight back as hard as he did, that's when Bobo also finds some advantages to just, you know, work on that desperation, because sometimes desperation is what they're looking for, right? In these kind of situations where you scored a couple of goals, you have that sight, like, you know what, I can come back, I've got this, and then it's just like one extra goal to just sink you back into that mind space that actually, you know what, it's a little bit far from me.
Yep. Unfortunately, some of those goals also came very early in the first leg from Bobo Beast, which made it very difficult at the end there for recovery to happen from our boy Darth Mayhem. But Bobo Beast, 5 goals in, 3 points clear. It's not just the points tally that's important to him, not just the dub that's good, but getting that 5 goals in advance here. The goal difference looking quite favorable for him, you know, +3, going to be a very good day at the office at the end of the day. And having this situation here where we have the final score between these boys of 5 and 2, Darth Mayhem now has sunk down to -9 on the goal difference. Bobo Beast, at the very least, Tendo, the thing he wanted, the thing that you were mentioning can be very good as in the form of inspiration. He's right now top of the leaderboard. He is right now number 1. He has supplanted Julio the Beast Bianchi as the top seed at the moment, but it's still early days, right? A lot can still change as time goes on.
Yeah, a lot can still change. And just to say, I almost got my prediction right. I said 4-2. He got that extra goal just to spite me, unfortunately. But looking good for Bobo Beast, and I think for him, he just needs to focus on that next fixture, because if he can get that dub, get that win, he'll be sitting on, what, 10 points? And I think 10 points historically has been the safe spot to make it into those playoffs. So good start thus far in the season. That unfortunate game against Young Savage where that draw came out. And Bobo Beast just needs to improve on a few more things leading into those next few fixtures. And I mean, I'm waiting for Beast v Beast. That one is going to be insane, I think.
Yeah. Beast v Beast is going to be insane, especially because as we look at our standings right now, it's not only Bobo Beast versus Julio the Beast Bianchi, it's heads up #1 versus #2 in the leaderboards right now. Obviously, that can still change with the upcoming matchups, but these two players certainly looking good for the money. Positive goal difference now for Bobo is up to 4. The Beast is still at 7, but it is time though, while we are looking at the leaderboard at present, to look at the players that are rounding out the pack behind them. And those two players are the players that are playing next, Tendo. Masum and Mobizilla, both sitting at 2 goals on their goal difference and 1 respectively, 6 and 3 points respectively. If either of them are able to get a dub here, it actually has major ramifications, right? If Moby can do it, he depresses Masum's points, keeps him in this 3rd place position right now. However, if Masum can win, suddenly he's the one that's able to leapfrog the dual beast combination to go to the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, it's all laid out for Masum, I believe, right? He's got to just hone it in and get this dub, you know, finish off with the 9 points for this weekend, week rather, and he'll be good. I think looking at 9 points, like I said, he's probably going to win another game. I mean, it's Masum, right? You're going to have to give him at least one more fixture along the route. It might be a bit of a fight, but if you can guarantee this Moby win, guarantee another win after this, he'll be into that championship weekend. And for now, if you're Mobizilla, it's what is the game plan to make sure the Iceman crumbles, right? Because it's not like Masum is invincible. I think there's many ways to crack Masum right now. We've seen him crack a little bit here and there, but always finds a way to pick up the pieces. I think that's what he does well, Masum. He picks the pieces back up quite well. He doesn't really crumble under the pressure like most players. I feel like he's always calm, cool, collected, hence the name the Iceman. But yeah, for Moby, there's a lot to work for here, because for him, now we can start considering him in that top 4, right? If he wins this one.
We certainly can, as we see the next matchup is being prepared at the moment. The tail of the tape is being built up, Masum versus Mobizilla. You know, one thing that I find very interesting about this matchup, Mobizilla occupies a similar milieu that Masum used to back in the day. You know, Masum, or vice versa rather. Masum is currently the talisman of this bravado organization. Moby used to be that person for a very long time. He's the guy you look towards in that org. So Masum has learned from Moby in the past. They've played a lot together. I think they might, one of the few draws that we've had in prior seasons, before we had season 4 especially, where we had so many draws, was it Moby versus Masum. It might have been the first or second one. I definitely remember it was a bravado matchup that led to the first draw we had in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. So I'm very excited to see this matchup for 2 reasons. Firstly, that we're mentioning, that history, but also Moby, always that player that has his own ideas about how to play the game, his own ideas about which cards are very strong in the meta right now. Masum has often been a bit cookie cutter in terms of like his meta selection, not necessarily how he plays the game. So it's going to be very intriguing to see which of these ideas right now is actually the one that pans out. Is it a creative meta, or is it one of these, well, you just have to pick certain players and pick certain cards? You know, season 3 was more of a 100% all the way all in cookie cutter meta. We saw in season 4 though, with the victory of Julio the Beast Bianchi, that you can go against the grain and find great success. Still an open question as to what this particular season has in store for us on that front. But before we get into it, Tendo, predictions time, boy. You almost got it right the last time around. You said 4-2, did end up being 5-2. What did I say? I said 2-1. I guess I got 2 right for Darth Mayhem, but the 1 for Bobo, definitely not there. We're about to get into the game, fam. Quickly, prediction. What you got for me?
Masum, 5-3. I'm feeling it a 5-3 for this matchup right now. I think it's an exciting week of the Umzansi Esports League. So let's just get into the game and find out exactly what is about to happen right now. It is Mobizilla versus Masum, the double M matchup. We'll see who is the superior M.
Maybach music. Here we go. Mobizilla playing out right now, and hopefully we don't get struck by copyrights. Looking for an opportunity to get this pass forward. I love that he's still sticking with Sandro Tonali. I want to see what he's brought onto the table that we didn't see last week. It's so far seeming the same. Tonali and Verratti in midfield. Nuno Mendes on the wing-back position. Of course, you cannot play FIFA right now without having Neymar in your team. He's just... Neymar and Mbappe is just way too good at the moment. Yeah. For Masum, though, He's still sticking with Jadon Sancho. I wanted to talk to you actually about this particular player. Do you have belief that he's actually that good? I personally do not. But we've seen not just Masoom, but other players in the Umzansi Esports League still opting to keep him in their teams. What do you make of this particular player in the game?
I think Sancho's good. Just, whoa, wait, before we speak about him, a shot comes through. Big goal right now. 8 minutes into it. The lead is taken by Masoom.
Oh, wow.
Okay, guns blazing, it feels for him, right? I think he's just in it. He's trying to win it. And he just heard the confirmation that Bob was top of the table, and it's like, not for too long, but actually a pass is coming through over here for Mobizilla. Maybe you'll get an early goal back in. The runners are running, but none of them are running onto the ball. And unfortunate. But yeah, Sancho, I think is good for just opening up some space in terms of just, he's got some good passing ability and good dribbling. So if you're holding onto the ball, especially, you know, towards the wings, I think he's a good substitution for maybe more of the other players that people are leaning towards, but we'll see exactly how it will work. One person that hasn't been substituted much and is in almost most rosters right now is Bellingham, like you said, on the come up and really pulling through for a lot of the teams.
Yep, Jude Bellingham right now. My personal midfield that I've opted for in recent times has been a Jude Bellingham with my boy Sandro Tonali. It's been working out, been winning some games here or there, and we do see Sandro Tonali being utilized by Moby. He finds the ball onto MLS in front of him. Obviously, he's opted for the Serie A packs here. Let's see how far forward he can get, though. Baratti still doing the classic Moby thing. They're playing out from the back and playing very slowly, but a very quick ball gets into the box. Came out of nowhere. It did feel like for a second Masoom wasn't prepared to deal with it, but we don't call him the Iceman for no reason, and he recovers very quickly, able to get the ball back, and now forcing an attack of his own. R9 carries the ball deep into the box. Can't really find a good angle forward, though. Recycles it back into midfield, and this is what Mobizilla wants to force him to do. Make Masoom have to play a more slow, considered game rather than the quick passes we've seen him string together in the past. And as I say that, a very quick pass gets forward onto R9, will be prevented from going into the back of the net by a quick suplex in the box. But apparently that's all fair and square these days, so it's just going to be an easy dispossession. Mobizilla can still work with this. It's only a 1-goal deficit right now.
Only 1 goal, so it is a lot easier for him to get back into it as long as he finds some footing in this one. And what a shot coming in from Mobizilla. Did not expect that one to fly in. He's going for the cross for the corner, but sends it out. One of his players will collect that one up. Neymar's on it. Neymar finds Mendes, who's out wide, and finds the pass in. Will he get the turn? The turn, not good. So now Masoom will be able to recycle that ball and find his way up the pitch. Let's see exactly how this goes. An attack with Mbappe. What is that? What? Okay.
What that is ambition, sir. That's what that is, you know? Unfortunately, it's not ambition that is actually well realized. He had several players on the ball. I think he just saw that the way Moby was tracking his players, there was no way that a cross was going to go in. So trying to go for that curved through ball in front of them. Not going to be able to get there. And this might be a chance for Moby. Unfortunately, Moby is not the kind of player that hits very quickly on the break, on the counter-attack. Builds up very, very considerately and methodically. Let's see if it's going to work out for him here. Neymar on the ball. Ooh. Lashes out a shot there. It does get forced into a corner kick. So it's not like it was all a wasted opportunity. The question is, can he get on top of the ball? He cannot. The one drawback with his lineup here, Tendo, as very technically skilled as so many of his players are, not that many of them are very tall. So their heading ability, their jumping ability, not that great. So these lobbed balls off these set pieces, not only is it not going to work out here, but in general, Moby's been going for a lot of them over these last few weeks, and they're never going to work out with this kind of squad composition from him.
Yeah, I might have to reconsider maybe 1 or 2 members there to add a little bit more height to that attack. What we'll see now with the play onto the wing. Ooh, sends him backwards. Finds a little bit of room to work with.
Nice!
The pass in! It just rolls in now for Moby. 1-1 is the scoreline. That is one of the more... I don't even know how to describe that goal. It just got in there, you know? It just happened.
That's exactly how you describe it. Sometimes all you want is the goal to be there. As long as it gets into the back of the net, whether it got there by a half kick cross or if it got there because somebody just blew onto it in the awkward position. Who cares? It's 1-1 right now. Mobizilla drawn up, making this a competitive environment here against Masum. Not going to allow the Iceman to walk all over him. Now Masum, though, wants to end this half with a goal of his own. He's not going to feel very happy about this 10-0. Getting scored against just before a halftime whistle, just before a reset and play, can really affect your psychology. But it can also be very positive for a player like Moby if he can get another one. Beautiful through ball.
Pass!
He gets past the man, curls it into the back of the net. Keeper stood no chance. Defender stood no chance. Mobizilla putting the screws onto Masum. It's 2-1 right before the halftime whistle is going to blow.
In shock and awe, I'm currently, because what a pass in to find that space, and Masum was just unable to stop it. If his leg was a tiny little bit longer, man, just a little bit, we would be talking something different at this halftime. But I love theory crafting. I'm always a theory crafter when it comes to these things, because now we're looking at the table and it's +6 for Moby right now, and he is leveling things out. He's keeping the likes of Bobo Beast still at the top of the table for now. Of course, Bobo Beast last to play, not Bobo Beast, the Beast Bianchi last to play tomorrow. But now you're looking at Masum like, yo, what's going on, sir? You know, you're looking at maybe even 4th place now for him.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The Iceman still has a lot of time to recovery. And in fact, you mentioned this last week, the fact that he's been in this exact position before, being a little bit behind, not necessarily looking uber sharp, but still eking out a victory at the very end of the game. So he still has a lot of time to do this. However, Tendo, I was talking about like how he's going to play the second leg, or the second half rather. Look what he's done. He's slowed down so much. And he's doing this because he wants to make sure that he doesn't do these errant passes anymore, and that every ball gets to its intended target.
What's going on? No.
But you know what's going on? You know what's going on is that Masum is now playing Moby's game. Moby thrives in these slower positions and these situations where he's the one that can dictate these plays happening, not worry about these long, lofted or weighted passes, but just these short passes. This is Masum can defend against this all day, every day, man. I had no doubt that he was going to be able to clear his lines in that situation.
All right, another attack. Sancho spreading it down. And easy pass in. Whoa, the defenders, the keeper. Someone got to that. Someone sent it wide. It'll go in for a throw-in, not a corner. So it might be difficult to work from this for Masum. He's trying to find some room down the middle to work with. Sancho now on ball, trying to pull it back, but the defender will send it out. Mendes, good for that one. Short corner in. Sancho trying to send it out wide. Finds one player. It's back to Sancho. And there's just so many white walls in front of him. But he's trying to get through. And it's just a fight. And Mendes gets back onto it. And it's going to be Moby who comes up on top after that. So now Moby looking to extend his lead, looking to make something happen, looking for a through ball. Mendes now maybe has a little bit of pace onto him. Yes, he does, just to get a little bit of room to work with. Masum gets sent flying back, but the pass. Where's the player? No one is there, Moby. Unfortunate.
Looks like Bobo Beast is not the only person seeing ghost players today. Moby also with a bit of an awkward pass there, but it's certainly being demonstrated how comfortable he is with the slow down pace of the game. Masum is the one that's finding it a little bit difficult to adapt. Yes, he's found good positions for his attacks, but overall, feels like Moby's the one that's controlling how this is going. And indeed, he is controlling the scoreline right now. Still ahead 2-1, minding to make it 3. Neymar!
Oh, the post!
The 12th man
comes back!
Oh, no! I thought he'd retire, Tendo. I thought we'd left the 12th man behind in Season 4. But he says no. Still comes up. That would have been 3-1. It would have been 2 goals in front for Moby. Now he still has to play the rest of this leg with only a 1-goal cushion. If he gets scored against here, it will be heartbreaking. He has to rally right now, fam. His mental needs some major strengthening. I hope that inner coach we're talking about is there with him. Unfortunately for him. What?
No ways. Chiellini.
He's a coach. You have Chiellini.
Chiellini is here. He's ready to play. Moby's still in the lead. It seemed as if Masum was about to get that goal. And I was about to say that, you know what, after something like that, Masum's probably feeling energized, ready to pounce back. And he tried to pounce back, but not to his avail. It looks like Moby is still in this one with the lead. Neymar now on the ball. Verratti's on it. Maybe some room to work with. Yeah, he finds one inside, but there's so many defenders in front of him, and the defenders will come up on top. And now Masoom needs to find his attack. He needs to get a goal in. We're on to the 72nd minute of this game, and time is very slowly running. Just, there's still time. We still got a lot of time.
Yeah. These 18 minutes are going to feel like an eternity right now for Mobizilla as he's trying to defend against yet another attack from Masoom. R9 gets isolated by Jadon Sancho. The run is very good, but can the angle be found? Unfortunately not. You know who's there? It's the brick wall of Marquinhos. Brazilian extraordinaire, keeping this one clean and clear. He's playing in dangerous positions here, though, Mobi. Not getting the ball very far up the pitch, but prioritizing keeping position over and above that kind of progression. But now, though, he's found some space for Nuno Mendes. Can he get past Trent Alexander-Arnold? No, he cannot. Opting instead to go back into the midfield. But this is okay. As long as he's keeping this ball right now, a little bit of game management might be necessary under these conditions. But there's no shame in trying to make sure that you win the game, especially if you're not going to find the cleanest pass. What? He kept that ball? Okay. This might be an opportunity for him. Vlahovic can't find the turn, though. So he plays with his back to the defender, going back into Sandro Tonali. Gets the ball back again, but Vieira still, yet again, right in front of him. Mobizilla having a difficult time breaking down the Iceman here, and the Iceman will not be broken down. Vieira shuttling between both sides of the box and keeping this ball out of the back of the net.
Oh, dangerous spot right now. Sancho's running it. There's players in front. It's the pass in. The keeper runs off his mark.
Nice.
And once again, just denied to get back into this game, Masoom. Time is dwindling. There's some players in front for Mobi to work with. He finds the pass down the wing, back to the center. But the defense, wise to it. Nothing really. This pause has been cute for a long time now. It's tough. The game is literally about to end before this pause even goes through. You hate to see that. Masoom's still on it. Bellingham, maybe, just maybe, but not just yet. Vieira now has to find some room to work with, but none really afforded to Masoom. Mbappe's on it. Is this his opportunity to level up in this game? Ronaldo, on with it. No, the defense is there. The defense is wise. They're ready. They're poised. Oh my ref!
Dude, the referee is Dean. He's not pausing this, dog. It's fine. Everything is okay. It is all right. Now, though, there might be more violence emerging, though, in the form of goals as Mobizilla.
No!
Oh! Lee smokes! Oh my God! Vlahovic, Mobizilla felt hard done by. He felt I was being denied this entire time. How on earth wasn't I able to score that goal with Neymar? You know what? He says to himself, all right, fam. You know, you were talking about how you need to be your own coach. Let me tell you the coaching session that he had for himself. He's like, all right, man, listen. You messed up. You hit the 12th man earlier, but that'll make you feel better. Scoring a screamer from outside of the box. Not only will that make you feel better, it's going to make Masoom feel awful being scored against at the very end of the game. 3-1 in favor of Mobizilla. Tendo, this was not in the script. What is happening right now? How is he melting the Iceman so handedly?
Man, I don't even know what to say. It feels like a different Mobi today, right? Just all together, just everything seems to be well put together. I'm kind of surprised now, considering that first goal came in from Masoom. Was that maybe just Mobi, not warmed up just yet? And I go back to what I was saying with the whole Darth Mayhem situation. Looking at this on paper, we give it to Masoom because statistically he's been better than Mobi over the past couple of seasons. But the tapes are there, the demos are there on how Masoom plays. We know how he's going to come into this one. You know that when he's down, he's still going to have that fight in him. And it just seems that Mobi's got it all under control right now. He's coming up on top as the bigger M in this situation. There's one more leg to play for, but 2 goals is a lot, especially if Mobi can somehow find an extra goal into this one. Then my theories are coming together. Then it's like, whoa, all right, well, now everything's looking interesting on this leaderboard.
I'm loving how this is all shaking up. Mobizilla right now, he is ahead with these extra goals. Not only is he ahead, but he's definitely playing better, controlling the tempo of the game, forcing Masoom into play a very uncomfortable style. Everybody knows how Mobi normally likes to play, and normally Mobi's not even a prolific scorer, but in this game, he's playing like a man revived, a man rejuvenated, and we'll be seeing if that energy will carry on into the second leg, and that leg is now kicking off. Let's go, Tendo. This is it. If Masoom wants a hope of being able to still challenge for the top of the leaderboard, He has this leg to be able to make this happen. However, Moby has yet to be able to find himself properly challenging in the playoffs of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Not On Gaming Africa. Could this be his season for the old veteran here? He's looking so solid, isn't he, so far, Tendo?
It's like you can read my mind. I was about to say the same thing. If Moby walks away with this win, then you know what? We can start chanting it. This is Moby's season, maybe. But for now, we still have to focus on this next leg. And for now, it is Masoom who's been on the ball, looking for something, looking to get back into this one. Sancho goes down! He's sliding and tumbling everywhere, and the ref is like, you know what? That looks like some clean play to me. Let's keep it going. Tonali now on the ball, sending it down the middle. Neymar, and if I'm Masoom, my heart is beating a little bit, but at least he's calm in that situation to gather the ball.
You know what happened, bro? He's looking at all of these defenders, the referee, and saying, it's just Brazilians teaching you capoeira, bro. What's the issue? I don't see any kind of violence here. Oh, my God. Moby still maintains possession of the ball. No, Nuno Mendes, beautiful pass to Neymar. There's space on both sides of him. He will unleash Marco Verratti, but Trent Alexander-Arnold does have higher acceleration stats, sprinting stats, and agility stats over the man that he was marking. So he's obviously able to get to the ball first. This will give an opportunity for Masoom, perhaps, to try and find this into the other side of the net here. Mbappe goes into the ball for R9. R9 cannot get past Chiellini, though. The Italian shot stopper will be there. Man, this defensive pairing, Marquinhos and Chiellini, what are you supposed to do against this, Henry?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do against it, right? It just seems like you can't even climb over it. It's just a high wall that the more you climb, the more you fall. And now Davis on the ball, sending it wide, and it goes out. Quick little throw in now for Masoom. And the minutes are ticking away. It's 15 already. He hasn't found a goal. We're starting to panic. He's starting to panic a little bit. But maybe it's still enough time, right? There's still enough time for him to find these 2 goals. But with the way Moby's been looking today, with the way he's intercepting a lot of these plays, it's looking difficult for Masoom. Yes, he's on the ball for now. Bellingham's on it. We'll see what that can happen. Vieira now finds the pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo holding onto it, but no room to take a shot just yet. And the defense is closing him off. What can happen now? Mbappe! No! Mendes on it. Once again, Moby coming up on top.
What a player. Nuno Mendes is honestly incredible in this game right now. Keeps it still clear. I mean, we have seen Masoom last week, in fact, during the Bravado Derby. He was able to claw out a victory in the second leg in the awkward dying moments of the game. But 2 goals is a very different story than just simply clawing back 1. Not going to be able to do so just yet. Let's see him try right now, though, with this run. As Masoom gets snuffed out. Sandro Tonali! What a player. Keeping this one clear. He's still on the ball, though, Mbappe. On the edge of the box, trying to find some allies inside, and Jadon Sancho will avail himself of the space, but they can't really go any further forward. You know why, Tendo? Because it's Marquinhos. Can't get past this man. The brick wall is back. That's going to enable Moby for yet another counter.
Good layoff pass there. Neymar now driving it forward. We'll have to send it back to Noli. We'll see if the space that's been created after that run will be utilized well, and the pass just goes wait a minute, it's still in play. He has to run onto it. He has to send it out wide. Yeah, take a breather. Let's take a pause because 27 minutes down. Yeah, we're more than halfway in this half. Kind of a mouthful to say. And no goals just yet. And as it stands, still a 2-goal lead for Moby. And it's looking good, especially if he can hold out for as long as he can here, Moby. Even if Masoom finds that 1 goal, maybe in the dying embers of it, it'll still be just enough for him. But he's on the ball now. Quadrado now, maybe, just maybe, no. We'll have to send it back. Gonna look to build up this one. Maybe this build-up play is just exactly what he's needed. A little bit of change in tempo, but Masoom wise to it.
Still, though, we're back into a situation where Masoom is playing Moby's game for the most part. Moby being allowed to build up slowly from the back, being allowed to very methodically advance his line without leaving any defensive holes. And even when opportunities emerge for Masoom like this, immediately getting closed down by the keeper. But this time, he gets the ball off in time. Jadon Sancho gets it, lashes it into the top corner. That was out of nowhere. But that's the way you need to play against Mobyzilla. You cannot give him time to consider the approach, consider the attack. It has to be immediate counterattacks, immediate ways to move the ball into the box. And it works out for him, Yatendo. He's made this deficit only 1 goal. Masoom, the Iceman, might be able to yet again snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Jadon Sancho looking for that chance, but the ball does get ran out for a corner kick, although it's still in a very dangerous position.
Ugh, man. It is just, you can never call it with Masoom, honestly. We're like, all right, he's washed up. It's over for him. You know, it's not looking good. And then he's keeping it competitive. He's still in this one. So now Moby's on his tippy toes, just trying to hold on to this 1-goal lead. He's playing it really risky right now. We'll send it out, thankfully, just in time. And we'll be able to pick up that ball. One more goal for Moby, right? We'll still give him that 2-goal advantage that he had before. So he's still coasting, but he can't cruise just yet. We'll see what can happen from this play. Find some space in. Find the pass in! Find the shot in! Moby Zilla! Answers on the 40th minute in this first half. We find 2 goals.
Woo. There's the goal he needed. MLS coming out here. The Lazio man, the Serbian man, showing his prowess, getting that very important goal. If he doesn't get that goaltender, he's starting to sweat because he's like, well, Masoom is building up that momentum. Masoom is starting to slowly but surely penetrate the defensive lines. But because he does that, he resets not just the game state, but the psychological affair, allowing himself to still be in the driver's seat. 2 goals is his cushion at the very end of this first half. Can he turn this into 3, though? The ball will prevent him from doing so. And Alphonso Davies, okay, thanks, referee. You know, might not be here for violence, but at least the offside calls are still very, very good.
Is this a prophecy, Snap? Because this is exactly how it started in that first leg. You know, Masoom answers quite early in the whole discussion on whether, you know, Moby is coming out with this one to really play for it. Same thing in the second leg. Like, all right, is Moby yet to play for it? Like, he's got the lead, he's got the advantage. And then, bam, Masoom strikes. And now we're thinking to ourselves, well, it's time. Here it goes. Masoom's back. He's ready. But just like that first leg, he answers back Moby. And if it continues just like what happened before, we might see another 2 goals coming from Moby. But let me not speak too soon. There's still a long 45 minutes to play for here, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Nodwin Gaming, and it is getting turned up on a Tuesday. If load shading is taking your power away, at least there's some heat over here, keeping us warm, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. This is probably the most competitive matchup that we've seen so far, and it's very competitive given the stakes as well. Masoom wants to get to the top of the leaderboard. Moby wants to make a name for himself and stake a claim for the playoffs. So you need to be playing at this level, need to make it exciting, and they're doing it for us here. Regrettably, we have seen more out of Masoom in the past. I think a lot of the reason why this is as fun of a matchup to witness as we're looking at it right now is the fact that Moby has sort of leveled up from what we've normally seen from him. So let's see if he can continue that level up trend here, Tendo, as we get into this all-important second half of the second leg. If it's Masoom that wins this, he needs to score 3 goals. Well, technically only 2, you know, but 3 to be safe, 3 to be sure, and 100% certain that he's going to win this one out.
Yeah, that was a lazy pass from Moby, unfortunately. He might be... No, it's all right. It's contained quite well. Could have come back to bite him. And yeah, Moby just needs to find this extra goal to just, you know, like I said, find some cruising room, and the keeper will collect that one up. And now Masoom looking for a bit of a counter play. And the minutes are ticking away ever so slowly right now in this game. 2 goals is quite a mountain to climb for now, but maybe it will be made a little less. As Sancho's in the box, trying to weave his way through, finds Mbappe. Mbappe with the layup pass. The shot, the shot is wide. It's wide. It goes wide. Masoom probably banging his controller right now. What just happened in that pass?
Okay, that was my bad. I shouldn't have said it, right? I whispered this should be a goal. That's on me. That's my bad. You know,
yeah, the shot
I just saw that should never have happened. That's heartbreaking, honestly. If I'm Masoom right now, it's not just the fact that you don't get that goal back, you don't get to reduce the deficit, but it's situations like that that shatter your confidence. Tendo, we used to speak about it season on season on season. Why do some of these players only take the 95% to 95% plus shots? They never try and go for the more outlandish type of plays. And it's in situations like that that we see why. When you miss a shot like that, that's like 85% plus at least, that confidence break. You're not only going to be, you're going to be so much more skittish when you're getting forward, when the next attempt comes around. So let's hope that Masoom doesn't find his mental shattered as a result. And he's going to have to show that his mental is still good right now, because here's an attack from Moby, and a successful attack that led into a shot on goal. But Van der Sar came out of the box, came out of the post, just to make sure that he keeps it clear. That was super close, though. That could easily have been a goaltender. And then we're pretty much looking at this matchup as a wrap at this point.
Oh, wait, maybe it's not over because Neymar
my
gets the ball.
God.
A squandered pass in the back from Mobizilla? What is going on? That is not how you want to structure yourself. Looking to take this win from Masum. You can't give him food like that on a silver plate. He will eat it all up. And now, I don't even know what to say, because that might just play on the mental of Mobizilla, because that is an unfortunate goal to get. Now he's looking to get that 2-goal advantage once again in this situation.
The cushion is only one now, Tendo. The only one is the cushion as it stands. Anything could still happen. Moby needs to try and find a goal here. I was just talking about how Masum needs to demonstrate his mental isn't broken. Now suddenly on Moby, because that is a mistake that he made. He knows that the goal would not have happened had he been literally 3 seconds more patient with the outlay play from the goalkeeper. As a result, though, he's now being beat down upon by Masum. Masum getting a shot off. He does get Allison out of the post, though, just to try and block that shot. It keeps it right now 2-1 instead of being 3-1. But man, that was close. And Masum would feel like he's turning on the intensity. Feels like he's smelling blood in the water here, Tendo. He wants to turn this into a tie, but mostly a victory for himself.
Run in. Verratti on it in the middle. We'll see if he finds anybody who's got the opportunity to take a shot. Yeah, he's Neymar finally posted. The shot in. He's answered back already. What is this game? 2-2. It's back and forth. I was about to start talking about, let's start talking about these guys having a draw, because that could happen. But Moby's like, no, not today. We will not draw. I will not fall to this man. Yes, he can clap back, but I can clap back harder.
Exactly. He finished all his draws in Season 3 and Season 4, fam. He's done with that for now. It's only about getting these dubs now for Mobizilla. Can he keep this game in his hands, though? 20 more minutes to go of normal time. Now suddenly Masum, all the pressure back onto him. He needs 2 goals to try and recover this matchup. What can he be able to find here? Neymar gets through on Foster Davies, so he's pushing up the fullbacks very high up as well. This might leave him vulnerable to the counter-attack. And just as I say that, he does get dispossessed. Can he keep this one clear? A little bit.
Ref, thank you for a change.
Paul Hebner? What? We need red cards. For this, we need red cards. Honestly, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, no. This game is just ridiculous, honestly. Look at that! Karate kicking on the pitch. Somehow Verratti gets away with all his limbs. Oh my goodness. Okay, he's on the ball now, Masum. He's angry. He needs to find these goals. Time is really running out right now, guys. 75 minutes, and we don't even know how to describe what just happened to get to this point. 2-2 on aggregate right now. What is it? Like 6? No, not 6.
It's 5. No, 5-3. 5-3.
Yeah, 5-3. So it's been kind of hectic so far. Oh wow, my prediction. All right, well guys, hold on. Let's keep it at this one. But I predicted it for Masum, so you know what? It's actually not looking good for me. Let's keep it going. Maybe Masum will find a goal over here. He's still prancing in the area, and maybe a shot will come through, but it's blocked. Marquinhos once again to answer, but not just enough. But it will be the keeper, Allison, to send it wide for a short corner.
Short corner gets taken to give to Jadon Sancho to try and find yet another goal here. He's changing up how he's going to be approaching the defense on the side of Moby as he recognizes the winding clock, recognizes that he's still ahead, and that's provided he can just keep Masum out of the box. The game is definitely in his favor. Goodness. He does so successfully, and this run might actually work out for him. Barati will be able to isolate Nuno Mendes, who comes into the center of the pitch here, vacating his position on the left flank. But it doesn't really matter what he's done, because all this is about, Tendo, is managing the game, keeping this possession, and keeping yourself in a winning state. Sandro Tonali goes forward into MLS, the goal scorer here in this game as well. Does give the ball away quite cheaply, but Masum, not sure he can find 2 whole goals in the remaining moments of this game, especially not if he's passing directly into Chiellini.
Yeah, just hesitated to really wait a little bit there to get a few players forward. Wanted to send it forward as quickly as he could, but he still has an opportunity to tackle in. Beautiful tackle. Can't get it past that one. And I mean, it's happened, guys. At this point, it's really tough for Masoom to get back in. Even if he scores right now, he's not going to have enough time off the reset to get a goal in. And with that going to the keeper, Allison will hold on to that one. Okay, please.
Again?
Moby, please. Moby, please. Please, man. Please. My goodness. What a game of FIFA. What a matchup. I'm a little bit stunned because if you're looking at it, we really didn't expect Moby to win this one. But here he is on top after scoring 5 goals. He's going to walk away with this one with the +3 points. And that's one of the, I'd say, in his time in the Umzansi Esports League, maybe a peak performance, I'd say, right? Against Masoom, someone that we always considered to be, you know, a top 2, top 3 player. Here he is getting the win. And I mean, he has everything to celebrate for.
I was actually about to bring that up exactly. You read my mind this time around that Mobizilla, back in the era of when we still played Pro Club instead of Ultimate Team here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa, he would average 2 to 3 goals a game. Peak performance would be like 4 or something. Very rare that we'd see him be able to post up 5 like he did today, but he's done it. And with that, that gives him the victory over Masoom. The Iceman has been cracked. The Iceman finds himself with 0 points from the day's efforts. And not only just 0 points, Sendo, the thing you keep bringing up, and that is of extreme importance, Masoom now losing goal difference. He was positive goal difference before this game. Now his goal difference is exactly 0. Dead even. He's not moving at all. And it's Mobizilla that gets to advance his goal difference by a quite sizable margin and climb the leaderboard at the same time.
I mean, thus far, it's been an interesting start to the season. Somewhat predictable with the Beast Bianchi netting most of his games thus far, but look, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But Bobby and Moby at the top of the table, I mean, no one probably was predicting that.
Let us know at home if you had actually made that prediction for yourself. Get in the chat, get involved. Tell us how surprised you are by this. We are somewhat surprised, but only because the history has not been in favor of Mobizilla in that way. But he still claims the victory here today. And I think the great thing about him is that this wasn't a fluke. This wasn't a victory that, oh, Masoom just looked very, very poor. Masoom certainly didn't look at his best, but Mobizilla was able to elevate his own level of play and exploit the mistakes of Masoom. And he will be duly rewarded here, Tendo, because when we look at this leaderboard, when we look at how things are looking after this first day of the 3rd week, it is not Masoom in 3rd place. It is Mobizilla. They're chilling, clear with a positive goal difference. 2 wins back-to-back for himself. It's starting to look very, very good and positive for our boy Moby here. For Masoom, a regrettable day at the office though, because very rough loss. And now he's even with Divac in goal difference. So neither of the Bravado men finding themselves having very good fortunes early on in the Umzansi Esports League.
Yeah, man, it's quite interesting. The top 4 is dominated by free agents as it is. So, I mean, I'm a little stunned after that match. I really thought Masoom was going to be able to edge it over. You know, after he found that first goal in that second leg, I thought, you know what, there's Masoom that we all know and love. He's back in it. But like you said, the Iceman cracks today. Mobizilla comes on top as the bigger M in this situation. And I mean, for Moby, look, he just needs to maintain maybe 1 more win, maybe an extra draw here and there, and he might be contending for that top 4. But of course, look, Divac, Young Savage are still there, 5th, 6th position, waiting for their opportunity, which will come tomorrow. And I mean, based on the matchups that will come, you know, tomorrow, the table's going to look really different, right? Because now there's the opportunity for Divac to push Masoom off of this top 4 position, right? If we're looking at it correctly, if he gets enough goal difference, considering they're sitting at 0-0, just enough, just for a little bit, he might push him down. So it's going to be interesting. Obviously, the Beast Bianchi is going to have an opportunity to top the table tomorrow, but thus far, I don't know. We don't know who to give it to sometimes. We have predictions, we have stats here and there, we have past plays, but sometimes people just show up on the day and really prove us wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Young Savage, who's right now sitting in 6th position, who has so far not been able to really show us his strength and his prowess, hasn't showed up on that way. When he did show up on his day back in Season 3, he won the whole damn thing. So if you just have those kind of performances, you don't have to do it over the longest period of time. You just have to have a good run of form, and it can elevate you to the highest positions in the FIFA22 side of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Same is true for Bobo Beast, of course, having won another game today. He's gotten 0 losses. Only himself and the Beast Bianchi have yet to drop a game here, and they're being rewarded by their position at the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, though, the only players that have lost multiple games, Ruxa the Ruler and especially Darth Mayhem, being punished for their performances so far. -4 goal difference for Ruxa, our newcomer into the Umzansi Esports League. But Darth Mayhem, after today's proceedings, Tendo, -9. -9, just to give more context for that, right? If you were to just take all the goal difference of everyone who doesn't have positive goal difference, it's still not -9, all things considered. That's how much work and how much ground Darth Mayhem has to still make up in the upcoming weeks of the Umzansi Esports League.
And something interesting that we're not bringing up right now, guys. If Divak and Young Savage lose tomorrow's games, right, considering maybe if they're not playing each other, we'll just have to confirm that, then the threshold for relegation is still in a really achievable area, right? Because if Divak loses, Savage loses, it'll be just the 3 points, right? So then we have to start considering some interesting stuff, but it'll turn out like that, right? Because Ruxa is in playing, and we don't know what Ruxa is going to pull up on the table tomorrow. Because Ruxa could shock us all, pull up a win, and actually jump to that 5th place position if he's not versing Divak, of course. Because if we're looking at it, Ruxa versus Divak, maybe Divak on paper is where we're leaning towards, but right now it's quite interesting. I think tomorrow is going to be a really exciting day, and this week's thus far is going to be exciting.
This week has been already an exciting start, already an exciting beginning to the Umzansi Esports League in general. This is our 5th season. In the last 4 seasons, we've of course seen the best of the best going up against each other. It turns out that what we thought was the best of the best wasn't really the case, because everyone has just leveled up so much as they come into this 5th season and demonstrating to us all why they deserve to be in the conversation for best, not only in their hood, not only in the server, but best on the continent in their respective game. That is going to be the FIFA22 segment, though, done and dusted for now, with some very interesting results. Darth Mayhem, not too surprising to see him fall to Bobo Beast, but the fashion that Mobi was able to dispatch Masum, certainly one for the record books and one to remember for the former Bravado talisman himself. Now, though, Tendo, as we look into the future, look to these next games, we are now moving over towards PUBG mobile side of things. And before we get there, though, there's a couple of more things I still want to talk about in FIFA. The one thing I want to talk about, these goals that we're starting to see. You were clamoring for them for so long. You wanted to see some of these more explosive situations. You wanted to see goals from outside of the box, goals being attempted from major volleys. We're getting them. And not only are we getting them, we're getting them with regularity, and it feels like the players have actually practiced how to score them, because they're now always looking threatening, and many of them have found their way into the back of the net. Is this a new meta that you think we're developing here for those kind of goals going forward?
You know, I think what's been happening is a lot of people have been able to get the defensive read quite quickly in matches. And once that read is down, it's really difficult to play on the ground and find those passes in. So a lot of channels are getting closed out. And we see it a lot, right? Moby was intercepting so many balls from Masum just now that eventually you have to just start looking for the sky and start looking up, because maybe that's exactly where you'll find a little bit of hope. So I think it might come into fashion, but I think it's really tailored for specific players, and those players have to be using specific players on the pitch for it to work out as well, because I don't think you can give it to any Joe to really get the accuracy on those kind of passes that you're looking for. So it'll be interesting to see if this meta develops over the next coming weeks. But for now, it's probably here to stay for a little bit.
Here to stay indeed. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how that's going to work out, and I think you're definitely right that it's a very player match specific situation to see those kind of plays emerge. Of course, some players that we'll be seeing being utilized on the pitch that we're certainly going to see more of. Jude Bellingham already on the come up. Sandro Tonali here with a very good performance for Mobizilla. Most likely there's going to be other people looking at him, looking at MLS and saying, we need to get these guys into the squad. Thankfully, today, Tendo, we did not see too much hype from Felipe Anderson, thank God. So hopefully that's going to be falling down the pecking order a little bit. However, in defense, Marquinhos, Chiellini still super, super strong. Nuno Mendes has been the preferred option on the left side of the full-back position and in the wing-back side of role. And we still see Juan Cuadrado coming in and moonlighting there as well. But what do you think? Are there any cards that you're thinking that might still be surprise picks for any of these players in the next few weeks?
I think I was surprised to see Suarez right now from Robo Beast because he worked quite well for him. Yeah. Sometimes Suarez just gets those passes, and once he gets that pass in and he gets that turn, it's almost unstoppable to really stop him. And he's got good shooting stats, so if he's in a good pocket of space to find a finesse shot, it's almost always at the back of the net. So maybe that's a striker that will be interesting. I saw Bale today used a little bit more. So quite odd. I didn't think many people would be picking him up, but obviously the pace on Bale is always really good, especially if you're looking for those long balls. And if there's anybody with good crossing stats, it'll be Bale. So look, maybe it's 1 and 2 adding together here to give us a little bit of a concoction that we might not really know just yet. We'll see how it develops. Tomorrow we'll maybe solidify a little bit more on who the picks are based on what happened today, because I'm sure a lot of players are going to watch back this and be like, all right, well, that's interesting. I might use that. Well, if Moby can do this to Masum, then look, I've got this in the bag, right?
Yep. Moby did indeed dispatch Masum today, an underdog story for the ages. Earlier on today, of course, it was a more big dog scenario as Bobo Beast took out Dark Mayhem. But like Tendo mentions, there's still so much FIFA to go, so much Umzansi Esports League action to still come, that we do not know exactly what the storylines are going to be once we reach the end of the regular season and begin the playoffs. With that, though, there's still more surprises in store for everybody back at home, because now we have wrapped up the FIFA22 side of things. We'll be moving over onto PUBG Mobile and seeing if there's going to be any kind of underdog stories being written on that side of things, or if it's going to be more dominance coming in from those that we expect to do very, very well. Tendo, good sir, thank you so much for your efforts. We will see Tendo Plays tomorrow, and please make sure everybody at home that you go online, go to @Tendo Plays pretty much everywhere in the online world. Show the man some love. Let him know what you thought about the game. And make sure that you are also following @Mudwin Gaming Africa so that you're aware of all the players, all the upcoming games, and everything that we have cooking here in the Umzansi Esports League, as well as the Nkosi Super Cup. With that, we're going to be taking a short break. And when we return, FIFA is done, so we get into PUBG Mobile, so you do not want to miss out on that. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar coming to you very shortly, right after this. Welcome one and all back to the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. We are continuing to discover who is the best of the best on the African talent and who can lay claim to the all-important Umzansi Esports League crown as we try to crown our 5th champion. We still have yet to have a single season with a defending champion. We do not know if it'll be this one, but we're going to be finding out together over the course of the next several weeks. My name is Snare, your host for the evening, and I'm joined by DK and Axfire. Axfire, I saw you last week. What's up, OG? But DK, how are you doing, good sir? It's our first time being out on the camera together. How are you, and how are you looking forward to tonight's games?
Well, I'm pretty excited to be here today, of course, as you mentioned, right? We're going to be looking over the next few weeks where these teams are going to be ending up, who's going to be the teams to step into, the next potential phase, because we know, right, we are looking to kind of thin out the amount of teams that we've got participating here. So I'm pretty excited to see what everyone's going to be bringing out onto the battlefield.
It's going to be a very interesting battle, and Axfire, he brings up a good point there, DK, that yes, right now a lot of these teams are still trying to find their footing, but they need to do it quickly because we are in the process of trying to whittle down as many of these teams as possible in the run-up to the playoff week. I know we've spoken a lot about how it can often be the case that these teams take a little bit of time to ramp up, but talk to us about how important it is to, at this point in time, it's the 3rd week, now you have to start putting your best foot forward as we do look towards the schedule and we see which groups are taking each other on today, especially in this situation here, Agfire. It's not only that you need to try and find your footing, you're playing into Group C. And you know who's in Group C? The Mad Knights, fam. Mad Knights, when you play on a server with them, if you're on, no matter where you are, Miramar, Sanhok, or Erangel, they're there to take away your points. So what do you do if you're one of these teams that aren't in that safety zone? How do you try and counteract how strong the groups are at this point in time?
I mean, I think that we've seen so far throughout the season that, I mean, teams like G3, teams like Slime 4KT, they do have the power to fight. More teams have been getting points like, Team Affiliate Apex, from kill points than even getting the winner chicken dinner. So I think at this point in time, they've got nothing to lose. They just got to go out, take on teams quite early, get those kill points. With or without the winner chicken dinner, if you're getting, 4 to 8 kills, and you're being consistent within the top 4, top 5, getting into that final circle, you can begin to gather those points, and maybe you just get one win that boosts you up and you get a lot of kills, and as well as the win as the chicken dinner. So for me, they should just try as much as possible to remain consistent, stick to the gameplay, stick to the landing spots, just try. I mean, if they've got to get psychologists to boost their mental health, they've got to do that because what I've seen in this game, that there's a lot on the mental side too as well.
The difference in that mentality can certainly be the difference, not just between winning and losing, but winning, losing, and being in the money here. Because what everybody is playing for is not simply to try and climb that leaderboard that we have, but it's all about trying to get yourself into the cash money prize pool. It is a lot of money that we're giving away here, DK, in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. And the big thing about how much we're giving away, we're going to see it in a second, as the distribution is what really gets frightening. Because it's not enough to just get yourself into those consistent zones. Yes, it's good for you to get into the playoff weekend, but you actually want to be first, right? Because the difference between $3,680 and less than half of that is quite a lot. Not just for yourself, but in terms of how much camaraderie there'll be on the team if you lose out on that money.
It also depends on the amount of smiles, right? How wide that smile is going to be at the end of the day, right? Because $3,680 makes me smile a heck of a lot more than $1,500, right? Either way, I'm still going to be sitting with a smile on my face. But, you're looking to get as wide as possible as you can get with regards to that. Now, the only way the teams are going to be able to ensure that they can get themselves as high up on towards the earnings board there is by stepping up and just showcasing their talents, bringing in those strategies, utilizing the living heck out of those as they make their way through these different stages. So we're not really expecting to see any major strategies being implemented by teams, especially in the group stages. But you still want to bring in a strong enough effort to ensure that you are in good standings to be able to advance to that next stage, because that's kind of the mentality coming in from a lot of these teams, right? Everyone wants to be the team to make it through in towards those finals, so it causes a lot of that contention coming through from these teams.
Absolutely. And that contention is what we're here for, because that contention causes us to have some very interesting ties, some very interesting contests between all of these squads. Very much looking forward to seeing what today's matchup is going to bring to us. It has so far been the case here, Axfire, that DK is 100% correct that we don't see that much strategy as much as we see just. It honestly feels like we're watching Call of Duty Mobile rather than PUBG Mobile at this point in time. And if you look at how things have been going, it's understandable why, right? Because each single map that you play, you're playing not just for these placement points. You look at 15 points and you think that's a lot. It's great. But what we've been seeing map after map after map is that the squads that do really well are the ones that are getting more than that just purely off of the eliminations. That elimination bonus point right there, it feels like that is the most important thing in these group stages at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. I mean, I did say this earlier. You know, the teams who are getting the fights and remaining consistent will, you know, find themselves at the top of that leaderboard right now with the way, you know, teams are playing, because you have so many good teams now. You have, you know, teams like Affiliate Apex, like we spoke about. You know, you have teams like Fear. You have teams like, you know, Mad Knights. You have G3. You have who is on the second page, and these are you know, teams who have won it before. You have Slime for KT, who have been champions in the past as well. So I mean, it's the competition is a lot tougher right now. So teams are fighting a lot more than they used to. It's probably not the same team winning, you know, each match as they progress. Maybe it's not the same story for teams like Mad Knights, but to remain consistent right now, you just need to take on your fights and you need to win them. You need to get those eliminations.
Yeah. You need to be able to take that, win it out. And of course, there is some reward that gets accrued to you if you are able to do that consistency. The leaderboard as it looks right now, it's very interesting in my opinion, especially because of how high up the numbers are at the very top. But we'll be talking about the leaderboard a little bit later here. DK, since we haven't actually had you just yet, talk to us about some of the squads that you are really looking forward to watching. We've got quite a few Blackjack Esports fans here in the talent crew. Which squads today are you looking out for? And do you have any overall favorites in the Umzansi Esports League?
Oh, I mean, now you're putting me on the spot here, right? Now I got to bring in a little bit of that favoritism, right? The best team is going to be Team DK across the board, no doubt. But if it's teams that are actually participating, right, that's a different story. You know, we've seen some strong representations coming through from Atrox. We've seen a lot of play coming through from the players of Blackjack, Sincerity. Looking at the next stage, we also see the players there from EFX, Black Crystal. I mean, Rilla Insider is a team that we've, alongside the teams or the likes of EFX and the players coming through from Blackjack and Sincerity, of course. We've seen them also showcasing their talents and their capabilities in several other tournaments. So, I mean, at this point, I think it's still a little bit too early to pick one particular team to say, like, this is the team that I'm thinking is going to step it up, because we've seen in many seasons that teams really hide a few secrets, right? There's quite a few things that they've got stored up their sleeves. So I'm waiting to see where these sleeves are going to get rolled down and all those secrets start coming out.
Yeah. Certainly quite a lot of secrets that these teams have been keeping to themselves. I mean, every now and then it does happen, Akfire, that these teams, especially, I'm glad that DK mentioned Villa and Insider. Last week, up until that point, right? Let's be honest, it wasn't looking great for them in a point tally. Then they had one map that looked really good for them on Sanhok. And they were like, sweet, these are all the points we need. We're like now in the upper half. We got from the bottom half to the up immediately, leapfrogging squads like Solo, like From Mars, making sure that they are always going to be in contention for the next stage. Do you think other teams are going to start adopting that strategy as well? Because we've also seen teams like Exo Redefine do a similar thing, sort of lay low until you just get one good map, and then you're like, cool, we can lay low again. How many squads do you think can afford to do that going into these next couple of weeks?
I mean, I actually don't think that, you know, teams have that opportunity right now because of how, you know, good the lobby is. You have teams like Mars, you have teams like, you know, G3 Temper, you know, who are ready to just mop things up. You have, you know, the boys like Mad Knights, you know, Affiliate Apex, who are just running wild. So you sitting down there saying, you know what, I'm just waiting for that one opportunity. You may never get that opportunity. That match you have is your opportunity. That moment right now, you know, you just got to make sure that you're putting in your best. You're going, you know, to grab the maximum points in any game. So if you're going into this game and you're saying, hey, you know what, I'm just gonna get like 5 eliminations, try and get 5 points off, you know, the placement points, and then that's fine. You know, keep on trying as much as possible to accumulate those points.
You know, accumulate points after points after points, and of course, a lot of that will come from the action on the court of play itself. Very excited to see this group C. Honestly, is just it's a little bit too stacked right now. Like they've got this Black Clover squad. You know, Team Lag might not be doing super hot right now, but we know that they have the capability to really pop off. But it's the team on the next page that I feel like I need to sing these teams' praises more often, especially their signature player Andrew. You know, Team Apex doing hot, zero tolerance skills doing hot. But today, everybody needs to play up against the Mad Knights here. DK, please tell me you're excited about Team Apex and Mad Knights in the same lobby, my G.
Well, yes, I'll say I'm excited to see that come through. But another team that we saw just on that previous page, right, was the players coming through. We saw the players there from Lag, right? So Lag to me is also a team that I'm quite excited to see their performances out on the battlefield, right? We've seen some phenomenal performances coming through from Kakao 19 as well as Fantasy. So having them go up against Kage, Professor, Andrew, and Jassa, I mean, that's going to be some pretty exciting stuff once they actually start bumping heads out on the battlefield.
Yeah. I want to say a special shout out to Andrew. Last week, this guy did some amazing things, honestly. But mostly it's just been very apparent and very evident that one of the more experienced hands that we have playing with us here. This team, though, Actfire, you mentioned them earlier on when we were talking about what you want to expect from some of these squads. Slime 4KT, our prior champion in their own right, not looking so hot, you know. And yes, it might be the case that they haven't played that many games. Yes, it might be the case that, you know, they are still holding some stuff back. But you can't tell me that they are happy with where they are right now, right? What do you think they need to do to try and show us where their championship quality still lays?
Yeah, so one of the things I see in the lineup is that they have Fex back into the game, into the lineup. So obviously he's one of those players who has, you know, in the past performed very well from them alongside with players like, you know, Ama. And hopefully now that he's back into that lineup, it is going to change things around for them. It's going to provide them with that extra bite when it comes to their fights. I'm not really sure what it is, but sometimes, you know, in the season we see Slime 4KT just starting off really slow, and this is how things are for them in a lot of competitions, you know, and they just build up after they start to study, you know, their opponents and all that stuff. So for me, I think that I'm not worried about Slime 4KT. I've seen them be in, you know, a bad position like this, and you know, just at the end of the day, you just see them get like 2, 3, 4 wins, and they're right there. It's just what they do. It's what they do. They've always done it. It's the fact, you know.
Yep. Certainly, they are one of these teams that always punches or tries to make sure that they make every punch count rather than just throwing in a bevy of haymakers. And at this point, DK, it's kind of scary. The fact that Slime 4KT and G3 Temper, the fact that they've only played 3 games and still find themselves doing relatively well in the points tally. Yes, we could say that, well, other teams are going to eventually overpass them, and the lack of games is going to end up hurting them in the long run. But it's kind of terrifying if you're one of the teams beneath or around them and you see that we have double their games but the same amount of points. Doesn't that affect you mentally when you see this team in the lobby to be like, well, it's really scary having to deal with a team that has that capability of posting up that many points in just one go of games?
I mean, at the end of the day, this is a marathon that these teams are playing, right? It's not a race. It's not a 100-meter dash, right? This is like a really long marathon that they're running through. So the team's definitely looking to pace themselves as best they can. So I'm not too surprised with seeing the current point distribution being what it is, and also looking at the position of where these teams find themselves, right? As we get closer to that finish line, at least for this phase, we are going to be seeing the teams starting to step up their performances, realizing that, you know what, we need to try and close that extra gap because we're not feeling too comfortable with our current positioning coming through on the overall standing. So I do expect a little bit of a dynamic shift coming through once these teams get into those later phases. But for now, I'm not really too worried.
Well, for now, we are going to be looking forward to them in the later phases. But right now, we're looking to see how they do in the game itself. We are on with our first map of the evening. Let us go. Erangel is going live. We're already getting some drops. DK, Actfire, take it away, gentlemen, with this opening game of the evening.
Well, thank you so much, Snares. As we can see, of course, we've got a lovely flight path coming in, sitting all the way down towards that southern edge. moving in between Malta Power and that ever lovely Primor. So, those northern territories, Fire, are going to be a little bit difficult for these teams to reach all the way from the flight path, but, nothing that a quick little vehicle can't change. So, curious to see where these teams are going to be looking to rotate up towards, and also then once we have this first initial phase, this first initial zone showing up, looking to see how the teams are going to be looking to accommodate themselves according to what that zone is kind of throwing towards them. And of course, there we have it, moving all the way up in towards the northeastern side. So beautiful change up. Now we can see already quite a bit of congestion coming into the zone there, right down on towards Shelter.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing different teams just starting to take the action really early. As you can see, the boys from Affiliate Apex already getting into a fight right there. And I think the strategy for a lot of teams, like we spoke before the game started, was to get as much kills as they can early on, because looking at that north side of this map, you can see that there is a lot of space for these teams to work with. There's Yasnaya, there's Stolba, there's Seveni. They can go in and just loot things out in that position and just rotate into the zone late. But I don't think that is, what the teams want right now. I think they want to take on those fights. They want to get the kill points as much as they can to remain at the top, because they understand the competition that they have. They understand that there are teams like G3, Slime 4KT, who have less games that are coming for their spots, and they just want to keep gathering those points so that they don't miss out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities for these teams to try and grab any potential opportunities they could maybe find along the way. And speaking about opportunities, we did see quite a few of those early game kind of knocks and eliminations coming through as the teams already able to find each other, and a little bit of that congestion coming in as well. For the time being, we can see the players from Blackjack, Your Killer Is, and so many more still looking to kind of spread themselves out throughout this match as best they can. But one point that I'm quite interested to see what's going to kind of unfold there is that position up in towards Lipovka, right? Aside here from Phoenix, of course, now crashing into one of the only few trees positioned up ahead of them. I'm curious to see what's going to be happening over in towards Lipovka, because we've got the players from Apex as well as the team from Aatrox dropping into that region. So that could be a very tough start. We could call this a different kind of AA meeting coming through, as we've got Aatrox and the players from Apex now looking to bring in a few of those hits. Already we see the players here from Aatrox down by one. It is going to be dead to make their way over towards the lobby. And now it's up to the Ripper and the rest of the team now to show us whether or not they are capable of finding some good angles coming through on towards the side here of Apex.
All right, definitely. With Dead being forced to live up to his name by the boys from Affiliate Apex, now they can focus on the rest of the players from Aatrox. And I'm not sure how they're going to put this on with the position that they're at. I do think that knowing a player like Andrew, he's just waiting for that one. He usually is the IGL in teams that he has been, and I'm not sure if he's the IGL in the team, but I'm sure he's just telling his teammates, what, just wait. We don't want any casualties going into the later portions of this game. We know there are other teams, that we have to battle with, so just hold it out. And that's exactly how things are playing out right now. The boys, Yesa, Andrew, Kage, they're just waiting to get that second elimination before they start storming out this team. And knowing a team like Aatrox, they've done this many times. They can still find a way to salvage things right here. If Reaper can get into that build and somehow get one knock onto one of the players from Apex, then they've leveled things out. They've leveled things out. And remember, there's one player from Apex who's currently not with them right now. So you see Professor just coming into their position with the vehicle. So they got to be really careful how they play this with Kage and Yesa, the only ones really close to them. They could turn things around, and you can already see Zodiac sending those shots onto Yesa's position. If he did get the knock right there, he could have turned things around, for his team. So let's see how it plays out, who gets the next knock and who is able to finish things up.
Well, I'm not going to lie, right? Zodiac really needs to kind of wait and see whether or not the stars will align for them. As, they've already been taken down by one. Kage, of course, being the culprit there, finding that head in towards dead. But now, looking at the approach rather, coming through from the side here of, Apex and the players of Aatrox, it does seem like the players from Apex are looking to dial up the aggression a little bit more. So we've got Professor and Andrew now cooking up a few nades, looking to try and reach in, maybe hoping to pick up that trade, but it is going to be a little bit of a risky run trying to get themselves up that staircase as the the flashbangs also now start to pop on off. But still, I mean, a very cautious approach coming in from Apex. Fully understand the mentality that they are using here. But the Ripper is going to try their utmost to just defend the staircase as best they can. But this is where we need to see the rest of Aatrox now also moving in, looking to kind of just fortify their teammate.
Yeah, but remember, they're on the other side of the road. You've got Kage and you've got Yesa, who are currently watching those positions while Professor and Andrew are pushing onto Reaper. So he's sort of like in a helpless position right now. He's got to do it for his team. His teammates can come in to support him. Otherwise, they risk getting knocked out by the rest of the players from Apex. And that's exactly what the boys from Aphelion have done. They've made that push. And right now, you can see him fighting back. And that's exactly what Aatrox needed. They needed that position. They needed that moment where they were able to get those knocks, and they have that immediately. And now they've reduced it from what was a bad situation from them into a 3v2. Did you see this coming?
No, not really, but that's the beauty of these battle royales, the teams really stepping up and surprising us. And that's what I was talking about before. So, it's a little bit too early to kind of, give a clear prediction as to how these things are going to unfold as Zodiac now steps up, picks up Jassa, and with that, all the pressure now turns down on towards Kage, the final hopeful for the side here of Apex. But let's see whether or not those shots are going to start aligning. As you can see, several more engagements are starting to make their way on through in that elimination feed as well. But Zodiac going to be waiting out this position as best they can, as it is going to be a little bit of a rush coming through there from Kage. Oh, there we go. Aatrox picking up the confirmation, and with that, it is going to be our first team having to pack their bags and head over to the lobby. Of course, now as you can see, O'Daddy about to get rezzed on up. Zodiac finds themselves also relatively low on health, but your killer is also going to come in swinging as they look to take aim as the players now. Neptune and Co. just rotating up ahead of them. But this is what I like about these positions coming through, right? Your killer is trying to jump at any of these opportunities that they find being presented to them. And that's kind of the approach the teams here need to take, right? We don't want to see a lot of those strategic delayed rotations coming through. We want to see the teams stepping up, looking to make it as challenging as they can right here in the group stages.
Man, I'm going to talk about this guys in a moment. I've still not recovered from that fight between, Amphibian and and Aatrox, because I didn't see that coming, because you have to understand, it was a really good plan from Aphelion Apex to make that push into that building. They did everything right until that very last moment, and it was just a good hold up play coming in from that player from Aatrox to take on those two guys. It was a moment of brilliance from him, because they did everything right. They pushed the right building, they scouted, they knew he was alone and his teammates couldn't provide that support for him. They were throwing in their nades into the building. So it's like it can be very frustrating for these teams, because you're asking yourself, when you go back and you watch these videos, like, what could I have done better? Should we have pushed together? They did push together. But it was just one of those great moments of brilliances that is invisible in battle royales like this, and that changed the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be that question about what could we have done better, but in the moment, they did the best that they could manage, right? So not much to really fault for the teams with regards to what they were able to bring to the table. However, if we look on towards the players here from Sincerity, you can see them now starting to move up into Jasnaya. And now with that zone shift coming through, this position has now turned into a very favorable position, and with that, it is going to be Thy Slay and Rogue now just getting blown to absolute smithereens as the shots connect. And up the rest of Sincerity now having to try and find a different approach to get themselves pulled into some potential security here, as we can see Muffin and Willie now trying to make that hasty escape, but it is going to be Willie to get traded down, and Muffin is not going to be waiting around. Instead, Muffin is going to be looking to put as much distance as they can possibly manage in between themselves and the threats now coming through here from Jasnaya.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about this, earlier on, like, You know, the teams are looking to get the kills more than anything else. You know, Sincerity trying to rotate into that zone. They lost a couple of players to your killer is, and you can already see that the goal for a lot of these teams is kills above anything else. You know, they're not even like getting the placement points is just by the way for them right now at this particular point in time. But here you have it. You have Zane from BJE coming up against the boys from Lag. You know, this is another team that is very aggressive, and we have a three-way fight coming in between Lag, BJE. It does look like Zane was just scouting around, and you know he just got a bonus right there, got one kill, and you know he would just he would just head over to just continue what he's doing.
I mean, if it's a bonus, you know, you might as well take it, as we can see the players there from Blackjack still holding on towards that southeastern edge of zone, with the players here from Lag now making a very immediate dash. They're not going to be waiting around. They're going to be looking to get themselves a little bit situated in towards that more center zone. But center zone is going to be somewhat of a tricky position to play, right? We got that waterway coming through. Now, that is going to be impeding on these potential angles the teams can be looking to take up as they now start to rotate on through, but still a good spread from the teams, right? We're not seeing a lot of teams really pushing up too aggressively on towards each other. The teams still kind of respecting the space, waiting to see where this next phase could potentially be taking them. And for the time being, there's still a few teams hanging around on the very edge of zone, right? The big majority of the teams have already made or taken the plunge rather and rotated up in towards the zone. But this is where things are going to get widely interesting, because we got the players from Lag, we got BBC, we also have the players from Black Clover now starting to converge in towards that more centered position. And of course, EFX not being too far away from that, as we can see the teams now represented there on the map. And that zone is going to start popping up, and whichever way it moves next, whoever holds that more centered position or more favorable position coming into this phase, exactly why it's gone now. You know, this is a position for zero tolerance now to look and just try and capitalize on their current lineup that they've got.
Yeah, definitely. The teams within that zone are looking really strong. You can see Lag, you know, the boys from RDX are already situated, you know, quite comfortably in Yasnaya. BJE is trying to scout around. You can see MG already going ahead of, you know, the rest of his teammates, Aatrox as well. So this is where things now begin to get interesting, because, you know, now we're going to see, you know, teams crashing on each other and, you know, taking on those fights. So I'm curious to see, you know, what team is going to get eliminated next. We still got 14 teams left. So DK, like, who do you think is looking really strong so far? Is it the teams who are, you know, who haven't taken on fights so far, you know, who still have, you know, the full teams, or the teams who are with like 3 squads, but they've gotten, you know, some kills here and there. They've warmed up a little bit going into that final circle.
I mean, looking at the current rotations that we've got coming through, I think whoever moves north first and gets a good position secured could be finding themselves in a very favorable setup, especially moving into what this current phase is, right? And we can see several teams now trying to push through. We got Lag trying to climb up the hills. We can see MG just off in the distance. We got Zero Tolerance right here alongside them, just hammering away a few of those hits as well. But then we also see the players from EFX and Energy, as well as the squad there from Black Clover, all now opting for a little bit more of a northern kind of rotation to get themselves situated. So I do think Center Zone is going to be a little bit less than favorable, but we also then still have several teams positioned down in towards Yasnaya itself. Now, those city finishes are quite challenging and quite troubling to play from, but as you can see, a majority of these engagements now starting to come through here are more from the teams situated on those more outlying positions instead of being positioned in towards the compounds themselves.
Yeah, definitely. We can see the boys from EFX, you know, taking on shots onto the boys from Energy right there, and Mercury is already beginning to make that move. One thing I do love about this team is, you know, Mercury, Suli, they're very aggressive, very smart team. They've got the experience. They know how to take on these fights. They know, you know, when to push, when to get that one knock, you know, get that snipe, make that push in. What do you think about this team? You know, the boys Mercury, you know, Suli, you know, that IGL, you know, game sense. Do you think that sometimes, you know, when a team stays together as long as they build like some sixth sense, or at some point in time, you know, just moving on to another team and having a new experience sort of like, you know, opens you up to other opportunities?
Well, I definitely do think synergy is a kind of a must, right? You need to have that balance come through. The more synergy there is, the less need for communication, right? So because everyone kind of knows just kind of instinctively where their teammates are going to be rotating up towards. And especially now with the zone shifts coming through like we just saw, it has taken a little bit of a swing down towards that more southern side, now moving right back in towards Jasnaya. And this, at this point, is where communication is going to be absolutely crucial for these teams to be successful, particularly looking at the fact that they are now going to be moving into the city, right? There's a lot of buildings to be playing, a lot of those off angles to be quite wary about. As we can see, Hasbot also just peeking it out. I'm curious to have those communications now come in, as there is a little bit of a rush, and this is a great opportunity now for Hasbot to pick up that first one. 1-9 gets down, but with that, a quick, swift reaction coming in response to that. But now you can see lag already starting to spread themselves out, and that's the communication that we want to see. We want to see teams just really looking to leverage as much of this as they can manage.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely was expecting that knock, but for me, what I was expecting for him to do, first of all, was to take on a nade into that building. I'm not sure if he was aware, they were in that particular position, but Hasbot did play quite well. He got that one knock. He probably needed support from his teammates, to return the fire onto that team while they were shooting at him. But definitely, they probably just had the two players left. You can see the boys from Aatrox, who were in an initial fight in the beginning of the game versus the boys from FLE and Apex, now getting into a fight versus RDX. And the thing about this buildings in Yasnaya is they're really hard to push, DK. Like, you knock one person down before you make that push onto the next building, they probably have revived him. So you definitely be looking at, getting one knock and maybe a nade taking out another person, before you make that push.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite important to try and play this one as cautiously as you can manage. But as we can see, right, taking a look at those standings not so long ago, both Aatrox and the players here from Royal Demo X both find themselves situated on that third page, right? 17th and 23rd position, respectively. So any potential engagements they can find, any additional points they can manage is going to be absolutely essential for them, looking to advance themselves a little bit further up those leaderboards. And now, looking at the position coming through from Blackjack, they find themselves all the way up on towards that northeastern edge, and a beautiful high ground vantage point to be playing from, with a few teams stepping up looking to potentially challenge this position. But it could be smooth sailing, at least looking at NG and Phoenix's angles here, right? They can just look to leverage this high ground and send out those nades, as we can see coming through here from NG, because the high ground position allows a little bit more of a reach to happen in favor of the team.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're down to 13 players. You can already see on the kill feed the boys from Aatrox, who had a lovely start getting taken out. And right now, the boys from BJE are just farming, different players who are trying to get into that zone. And this is exactly what they need. They need to be getting those kill points if they want to continue to move up on that leaderboard. And they're taking on shots onto Shoto and the boys right there, you can see them just waiting and, just stalking the team right there pretty much, just trying to get those kill points. There are two players left from the team, and we'll be curious to see how they do decide to play that one. BJE just on that edge right there and taking out several different players. You got Zane and the boys. Aatrox still somehow surviving in this game. They still got about 3 players left. They're taking out 6 players, and this is exactly what they need to continue to climb on that leaderboard.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty tough play indeed to come through. But now the players here from Delta also just positioned on the very edge of that blue zone. They now need to reposition to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. But it doesn't seem like Blackjack is going to be letting any of that come in with, without bringing in their own 2 cents into that exchange. But here comes the hits now starting to line up as Phoenix finds a beautiful spray right there on towards Elas. As you can see, Floki also just quickly moving in for a little bit of that reinforcement, a little bit of that fortification potentially. But this is where the ridge lines are actually working out quite favorably now for the players there from Delta. But Aatrox also going to be reaching across and just finding a few of those, easy eliminations. It's not too much of a challenge to pick up a traded player. As we can see, Caramel also now here from Your Killer is looking to sneak their way on through. They are going to be the final hopeful for their squad as Delta now get eliminated down to 11 teams. We go, still have 30 players alive. And Rilla Insider already sitting on 5 eliminations to their name. And now, looking at the position that they've got, right, they are situated down on towards that more southern edge of the zone. So there could be quite a favorable angle now to be utilized from their current position, but of course, several other teams still having to try and kind of squeeze themselves in. And this is where we can see a team like Zero Tolerance, for instance, right? Just utilizing the high ground. They've got that angle down on towards BBC and Energy, but also a little bit of an off angle that they can apply on towards Sprinkles, as Sprinkles is now just trying to evade the shots coming through here from Vortex, but essentially it's not going to be enough. And with that, Team EFX now also have to make their way on back down to our final 10 teams, right? One more team to go, then we move down into those single digits, and it is, of course, going to be the players there from Atrox coming under fire. Lava just going to be waiting this one out. BBC just up ahead, and this could be an ideal opportunity to send out a few of those utilities.
Yeah. I mean, taking a look at the team like, Lava's team Energy, who haven't gotten any defeats so far. Like they're getting into these positions where they're in the final circle, they're getting themselves some placement points. They're coming up against a team where now they've lost 2 players so far. It's really tough on the mental health. And it'd be curious to see how they do manage that particular position. The boys from Aatrox getting stunned right there. Their health's pretty much reduced, but they've been able to get those heals on. And I really love also the way Aatrox is playing things right now. It does seem like there's something that's changing their team so far. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I mean, I'd love to find out if I could speak to them, but I mean, they definitely seem like, they have that extra bit of confidence, going into that final circle. And that's exactly what teams like Energy, need right now. You've not gotten any kills so far. You're in that top 10. And, what I mean, DK, if you were in this situation, right? I mean, confidence is a bit low, right?
Yeah.
You're in that final circle, and there are all these teams who are basically just popping it off left, right, center. You have Freela Insider, you have BJE, who are just letting things loose. Zero Tolerance as well, and you're seeing all those kills. Like it definitely does tend to get to you, right?
It does, but I mean, if it was me, I'd be looking for that sweet spot to play a little serious game of hide and seek. As you can see, Caramel now trying to add an extra bit of spice on top, yet trying to pick up those trades, finds the first one on towards Atlas. And with that, I mean, Atlas doesn't really have a roadmap to it. And there we go. It is going to be Vibe stepping up. And with that, picking up the eliminations, putting them on a grand total of 3. Now, meanwhile, the players here from Royal Demo are going to be running into a brick wall as Rilla Insider comes strafing out of their own position. And with that, it is down to Jinx to try and keep the contention as strong as they can muster. But up comes the hits, the sprays. It is going to be Matrix now trying to close it up. But Matrix getting hit with some third-party blows as well. And it is going to be Fantasy from Lag to steal that elimination from their hands. Absolutely insane stuff. And with that, Rilla Insider now also gets sent away down to only 7 teams. As we can see, Lag still trying to play their position on towards that southern edge, but this is a good potential position to come in from, as they do have several teams behind them. But looking up north, BBC in still some good standings, right? They do have that high ground position. We still have the team from Energy held up alongside them, but they're actually able now to reach back into the zone and apply quite a bit of pressure.
Man, that was really tough gameplay and great gameplay coming in from Ruler Insider. But for me, definitely, if they were going to go back and watch this video, I'll just say, man, it happens sometimes. Just keep going. It was a great gameplay. It was a great elimination. You guys fought really hard, so just keep going as you begin to push, onto those next games. And this just shows like how tough things are in the Umzansi right now. You have teams like Energy who have a really good position right now. They're down to 2 players. The zone's beginning to creep in, and they've made it all the way into that top 6. Well, you have all the teams like Winner Insider who were just fighting things out right there, but the zone was against them. They were getting third partied, and that just shows like how difficult things are. So looking at this position where Energy is at, BBC is at, Aatrox is at with that little position that they have right now, very tough one. They've gotten themselves 8 kills. I'm not still sure who is going to take this. My money is on BBC because of the position that they have right now, and they can, they have higher ground against the boys from Aatrox. As you can see, they're taking on shots onto them. Lag Esports is also in a very tough situation, but they're a tough team, and they do. Fantasy and his boys know how to fight their way through. But so far for me, my money is still on BBC, except somehow the boys from Lag take out one of them.
I mean, it's going to be a trade-off, right? It's going to be between BBC and Lag, as both these teams are holding some pretty decent positions. You can see BBC bum trying to hit in that tappity tap, finds O'Daddy. And now let's see whether or not they'll be able to drive it in. No, not yet. Bum instead now just quickly retreating into some hard cover, but we still have Clutch holding on for the side there of Energy. I mean, if we ever seen a player just playing it as cautiously as they can possibly manage, right? It is going to be Clutch all the way down on the edge of the water. But now Lag looking to advance their way a little bit further forward. They are going to be looking to try and reach up on towards BBC as the first sprays come on through. It is going to be a Renil to get taken down. And with that, BBC down to 2. It is going to be up to Frost and Bum looking to see if they can contend against the aggression coming through from Lag. Meanwhile, the players there from Aatrox will get traded off. But I gotta say, Lag looking pretty decent here. I mean, the rest of the team seem like they are experiencing a little bit of lag in this lobby right now.
Definitely living up to the name and just sending out the lag to other teams right there. BBC was looking really good. You know, they had the kills, they had the eliminations, and you know, they were taking out different teams, you know, taking on shots onto teams like Aatrox. Now you can see the third party shots coming in right there as they were looking to take out BJE, and Lag just getting themselves into a good position and getting those kills after kills. They do look like a team that is going to probably be able to see things as this now begins to progress, except the boys from BBC can't get their heels on just in time to be able to come back in this one. But one leading to that position would end things for BBC. Let's see how the boys from Lag play this. Can they capitalize on the position that they have for now, or will they just lose guard and the boys from BBC, you know, just somehow get back into this?
Well, I gotta say, looking at the confidence coming through here from Lag, I would not be surprised if they actually clutched it out and brought in that winner chicken dinner. As you can see them now starting to mount the aggression here, looking to push on forward. There's gonna be a Renil now who gets rushed. And both teams just looking to play the ridge lines, just trying to see if they can find the angles. But with that, it's going to be Bum to get traded on down. Frost, Renil still looking to step up. Up comes a beautiful shot now from Frost. Oh, but down they go. 1-9 and Fantasy coming in, swinging so hard. And with that, they do succeed in sending BBC back to the lobby. But now, right, Lag still needs to find Clutch, because they can't clutch it without clutching the clutch.
Just imagine if Clutch gets the winner. Okay, can he? Okay, the zone's
No.
away from him. The zone's away from him. But just imagine if he had that zone right there and he was able to win that. But yeah,
Oh,
well, at least they got second spot without, you know, I mean, getting any kill. That definitely is some, at least 12 placement points right there. So if you can't get the kills, at least you got yourself some points.
yeah. I mean, a very good showing coming through there from Lag Esports. We can see them finishing on those 8 eliminations alongside the winner chicken dinner. So that's going to do absolutely favorable things for them on the overall standings. And of course, some placement points coming in there for the players of Energy. But what a fantastic show of aggression that was coming through from Lag, right? I mean, it was unfortunate that we didn't have Berserk being able to rush up alongside with everybody, but still a good showing coming in from the Lag team. I mean, we had Cacao also looking to bring in a little bit of contribution, but look at this, the amount of damage that they were able to deal. That's some good amount of damage we see right there.
Man, what an interesting game coming in, you know, from the boys from Lag. I did think it was going to be BBC DK. I did think that, you know, the boys from BBC having that height advantage, we're going to take on that game and, you know, we're going to just see it through. But at the end of the day, I mean, the boys from, you know, Lag Esports were able to fight things through. And that's what I suspected that they had the ability to do. And, you know, these two teams, they know each other. They've been battling out for, you know, seasons now. And, yeah. They understand each other, so no love lost between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good showing whichever way we look at it, right? I mean, it was a quite challenging zone shift to come through that these teams were presented with. And at the end of the day, right, it comes down to whether or not you can actually capitalize on your positioning as where you find yourself, and whether or not you can actually, you know, find a more kind of acceptable approach to play in these zone shifts that you're dealt.
Unfavorable shift away from a zone. We saw a young Clutch just trying to swim away to victory. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be successful for them. And of course, Lag Esports will claim the opening map of Erangel on this day. Interesting conversation point here, DK. We were talking about it before the game started. The fact that a lot of these squads who haven't done their best just yet, they still have an opportunity to be able to do so. Actfire was talking about how they just need one good game, one good run of form to get those points. And one thing I noticed, the top 8 squads in this game, only 2 of those squads were actually in the top half of the placement points coming into the game itself. Everybody else, and especially the top 5, are players and teams that have been on the lower end of the spectrum. However, they did it in a bit of an interesting way, right? Not that many kills for all the squads that ended up at the very top. Is this a shift in mentality that we're going to be having throughout the day today, where everyone's going to be focusing more and more on those placement points over and above the eliminations that have so far defined the Umzansi Esports League?
I just think the teams are going to be doing enough to ensure that they can move through to the next phase, right? If that requires them to flex a little bit, like we saw coming through there from Lag, that is exactly what we're going to be seeing, right? So whatever the teams deem fit at that point in time, that's what we're going to be seeing. So if they decide, you know what, we got to focus on eliminations, Sanhok is going to be the map in where they step up and just show up so aggressively with those performances. But if they're looking at a little bit more of a potential placement point finish, right, we could see a map for like Miramar, for instance, where the teams are not so aggressive with the amount of eliminations, but tend to try and push themselves into those later stages even more so.
Let us see what these teams have gotten for themselves, though, out of this first map of the day. As we look at the point haul and the points tally that has been attained so far. Actfire, very intriguing and interesting thing. DK did bring it up, right? We're still going to these future maps. We're still going to be seeing Sanhok and Miramar coming down the pipeline. What was interesting, do you remember last week how strange it was? Because when we were on Miramar, Erangel actually. Erangel was the fast map. That's the one where I think we were done by a zone 5 or something ridiculous like that. But on Sanhok, we went the whole hog, the full distance, getting as close to the end as humanly possible. This time around, it does seem like sanity is being restored the usual way how things have been played out. As we're also going to take a look at who the MVP was from our matchup. Who do you think it was, Actfire? Who do you think was our MVP? Well, I asked that question too slowly because it's obviously going to be the Ripper from Aatrox. Does he deserve it? And can he keep this going into Sanhok as well?
I mean, if you look at the way they fought from the beginning, when they took on the boys from Affiliate Apex, you do know that they definitely deserve it. They definitely deserve, what they got. Taking on players like Andrew, taking on Professor, right from the start, and then, building up, getting those eliminations, on through. Definitely his teammates need to be buying him some extra beer because, he did put in the work for his team today to get those kill points. And that's what, a team like Aatrox needs. They need to be, getting these points, even if they're not getting the winner chicken dinner. As long as they're getting into that top 10 spot and they're getting this amount of kills, they'll keep climbing those leaderboards.
DK, our man Actfire is right here because he deserves a lot of beer, not just for doing very well, as we're going to be looking at the match ranking right now, seeing exactly what he did for the team elimination-wise, but the amount of damage he dished out, right? He dished out almost half the damage that Team Lag did as a unit, and he did it alone, by himself. Yes, they only find themselves getting 3rd place with placement points, but those eliminations that he was able to pick up closed them very high up and very close to the teams that ended up in the top 2 positions. How important is it to have a player like that in your squad under these conditions?
I mean, it's quite important to have a heavy hitter in your team, right? But I just like to fix what what Fire was saying by buying them beer. That's assuming that he's of the appropriate age in his, So maybe if he's not, that could be something in the future that he could be rewarded with. But yeah, still a very exceptional performance coming through there, and the Ripper really staying true to their name, right? Because that's what's the name implies, right? The Ripper, and that's what they did. They stepped up, they brought in some heavy eliminations. As you can see that those teams sitting in the top 4 slots really hitting so hard, and also Rilla Insider stepping up with 7 eliminations.
Yep. Rilla Insider, they get themselves 7 eliminations, only a solitary placement point. Obviously, there's going to be teams on the second half of this match ranking that have only found themselves with a solitary point or solitary elimination. But Rilla Insider, yet again, Actfire, this happened almost similar to last week, exactly the same script, where very awkward placement, but incredibly high kills, and that pushes them to the top half, even though their placement points are the same as these teams that are in the bottom half of the table right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the way they got eliminated in the last game, you can definitely understand why they're at that position on the leaderboard. They're fighters, they get the kills, but somehow they're just at the edge of that circle. They were getting third parties from several different corners, as well as the zone coming in, closing in on them. So it's a really difficult one for the IGL to go back and just think through. I mean, I can't say they made a lot of mistakes, but for me, I'll just say, try and make sure that you're. I mean, if you're getting shot up by a third party, you're not, at the same time, getting damage from the zone.
Mm. Obviously, they've gotten themselves some decent tally of points from this one. ZTS and Seradi, Team Apex, teams that traditionally have done quite well in these opening weeks of the Umzansi Esports League. As we're going to take a look at the overall leaderboard and how things stack up right now. And the one trend that we're immediately going to notice as we look at it is this delta between the teams at the very top and the teams at the very bottom. Interestingly enough, though, here, DK, Apex, Zero Tolerance Skills, and to some extent, Blackjack Esports, despite being in the upper echelon here and in the first top 8 of everybody involved in the Umzansi Esports League, they didn't do so well on this opening map of Erangel. In fact, as we saw there from the map ranking itself, both of these squads were one of the first 5 eliminated even.
Yeah, I mean, but that's how it goes, right? You win some, you lose some. Other ones, you forget your phone in your locker or whatever the situation is. It happens, right? It happens. But looking at the position on the overall rankings, right? Neither Apex, Zero Tolerance, nor Blackjack are really in a position where they need to be too stressed about the performance coming through in this past match, right? So we can see Apex, of course, only being awarded that 1 point. That's why there's no real major changes. Zero Tolerance with their 3 points. And then, of course, the players there from Blackjack, as we saw, coming in with 13 points off of that last match. So, it is just slowly strengthening their position that they have on the overall rankings. But it's going to be a lot more of a push for the team situated on these lower pages to try and kind of make up for that deficit.
Yeah, one of the things and one of the advantages you gain from putting your best foot forward in the opening weeks is that you don't have to keep your foot on the gas week in, week out if you do well enough to get yourself in the top 8. Of course, the teams that are 9th to 16th also don't have that much room to complain about their fortunes right now, especially now that Team Lag, what a jump. Look at this fire. Like, before we started today, they were on the 3rd page, but here they are out here, 10th place right now. Suddenly, whoever was in the team complaining about, hey guys, we might not be able to make it to the playoffs, that person's not saying anything, They're being kept quiet by the rest of the squad.
Yeah, definitely. We did talk about this, right? You just get that one winner chicken dinner with lovely amount of kills like they did, and it turns things around totally. For me, what they need to do as a team right now is just keep grabbing those average points, because it's not enough to just come in and have one fantastic game in a day, right? But they need a 6th position, 5th position with 10 kills as well. Again, they need to continue that consistent performances, prioritize getting the kills, prioritize getting into that final circle, whether they win or lose, just grabbing those points in the next 2 maps, and it would have been a great day overall. They might even get themselves into the first page.
Oof. I mean, given the way that they've been playing so far, it seems like a foregone conclusion that that's going to happen. As we now look, though, into the teams that need to worry about where they are. Of course, a lot of these squads will have played their 7th game today, so they've elevated their position. But teams that have not managed to look so hot, yeah, sure, Relay Insider did do quite well. They got themselves to 19th spot. But I'm very worried about Energy, DK. Yes, they got to the very final 2. Yes, they looked very good in terms of their positioning on the map. But I'll be honest with you, I'm very worried about these teams that seem to lack aggression. And when I'm seeing the fact that on this page right now, they're not only at the bottom of the 3rd page of all these rankings, they also have the least amount of eliminations overall. And most of those eliminations came in their last 2 days of play. Talk to me about this, fam. What do you tell a team like this if you are the coach of Energy on how do you recover and get yourself back into the game proper?
I mean, it's load shedding, right? So that makes sense. But who knows? I mean, Energy definitely looking to step it up, right? So they were sitting in 30th position. They've now jumped up into 24th, right? So there is still a bit of potential gain to be made. But, I mean, we've only looked at the first match of the day. they could always look to kind of just hone it in, flick the switches that they need to find and push up as much as they can manage moving through for the remainder of not only today's matches, but also for this stage. Because we know we're currently in group stages and only a certain amount of these teams are going to be able to move through into the next stage. So they definitely want to ensure that they do not find themselves in that troubled position.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They need to make sure that they bring their best foot forward. And of course, some of these squads that we will still see playing today, Black Clover, Royal Demo, Sincerity Esports, they have an opportunity to climb out of this final and relegation page that everybody needs to remember is what is at play here. Now, though, their opportunity will come in the form of more maps. As we have concluded Erangel, we are now moving on to Sanhok. Whenever I look at the schedule here at Fire, right? I know everybody's like, oh, why I always have the schedule out? It's the same maps every single time. But I don't think people really understand just how different the strategies have to be depending on who's in the group and how much of an impact that can have on your psychology going into the map itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different thing when you're playing the game like Sanhok. I mean, this is a map that confuses a lot of teams because you're thinking like it's a really small map. It's I could just go on and be aggressive, but if you take too much time in a particular fight, then you have potentially a third party situation coming in from other teams, and that's something that I do see a lot of times. So for me, it's just don't die. It's hard, but just don't die. Just try as much as possible to stay alive. So sometimes just pull away from a particular fight when it's just dragging on for too long. Because I've seen teams like G3, Slime 4KT, BJE, who have done this for quite a long time, get into a fight and they just decide, we're pulling away from this particular fight because we know we're in Sanhok and we're just going to rotate away and go somewhere else. And both teams just decide, hey, you know what? We'll see later. We'll see at the final circle. And yeah, they just do their thing.
Just don't die. Super easy on Sanhok. DK, last week we saw on Sanhok, it was actually it took longer than what Erangel just took right now for us to conclude the Sanhok map last week. How many zones, quick prediction from you before we get into the game, how many zones are we going to be getting and how many teams will be in the final zone?
7 zones, and I'd say we'll be ending up with 2 teams in the zone with 2 teams outside in the blue.
Ooh, 7 zones, 4 teams competing for dominance around it. That sounds exciting. Let us see, though, if DK's prediction will come to pass or if it's going to be more madness like we saw last week. To find out, we will have, yet again, DK and Actfire on the mic. Gentlemen, take it away for the second map of the evening. You have the mic, you have control. You've got some teams of PUBG Mobile. So enjoy it, have fun, and I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snail. And we're getting ready to hop straight into the jungle to see who the teams are going to be looking to step up and rumble with. Of course, as we know, right? Fly past Sanhok, not too important. What's going to be more important is where that first initial zone is going to be appearing and where these teams will then have to position themselves up towards. But also, as we know, on Sanhok, right? Seeing that it's such a much smaller map in comparison to the other 2 that the teams are going to be playing out, there's also an increased opportunity for teams to get punished for any small mistakes they could be making. And right out of the bat, we can see already 2 teams dropping down in towards Cow as well as down in towards that quarry position. So Camp Bravo also going to be a little bit of a contentious position as the teams are now looking to get themselves spread out and just starting to try and maybe just, stretch their legs a little bit. But Blackjack needs to be quite careful up to the top edge there as they are, of course, going up against the players from the side of BBC. So who knows, right? There might be a few surprises here.
I mean, I definitely think, if we're judging from, on paper, looking at, previous seasons and all that stuff, your money's definitely going to be on the boys from BJE. But BBC is looking like a team that's currently, with Bum Bum, looking really, I mean, they'll definitely be telling themselves that, we can take on anybody, we can take on any fight. They're looking really hot. They came in second in the last game, so they're definitely pumped, going into this game. But now you have Frost getting pushed by 2 players from BJE. You got Zane right there, but they get 1 knock right there. And this is what we're talking about teams, just being absolutely fired up, going into, a particular fight right there. And all of a sudden, BJE, have lost 2 players right there, but they're still fighting it on. They're still trying to hold their ground right there as they do take out, players from BBC right there. The two teams are evenly matched up right now. It's now a 2v2 situation, and let's see how this one plays out. But definitely, all the teams will be looking at this situation and telling themselves, hey, you know what? We're really happy. Two teams, they've taken out themselves. Yeah, great for us.
Oh, but I mean, definitely looking at the performances we have coming through so far, right? This is the opportune moment to strike. When your opponents don't have much loot, really, right? They don't have the armor. They don't have anything to make any substantial stances against you. But so far, it does seem like Blackjack have been able to kind of swing things in their favor as there's still one player left now for the side there of BBCX. It is going to be Havoc looking to maybe create a little bit of havoc, but I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that come through right now, as it is going to be Havoc now just looking to put a lot of distance in between themselves and the position here from Blackjack. But we also did see that zone taking a bit of a swing further up towards the northern edge and already cutting out about 40% of the playable area. Now, that is in addition to the river, the waterway that we've got cutting through the respective islands as well. So right out of the gates, the teams find themselves on a considerably reduced amount of playable area. And we are going to be seeing a lot of these engagements are coming through as the teams are trying to kind of squeeze themselves into, any kind of position on this map. Delta also going to be keeping a very watchful eye. I'm liking Shoto's little companion there, just, trying to scare him. But meanwhile, it is going to be Ladada just pushing up as Jassa tries to put in a quick few cheeky hints, but unfortunately not making the necessary connections.
So I feel like, Affiliate Apex definitely do have, a lot to prove in this game. The game one didn't go their way. There was some Aatrox just absolutely stunned them, with that brilliant performance right there. And you can see the last player from BBC getting taken out right there as, the boys from BJE do get those 4 eliminations. Definitely, it's a game that it's mixed feelings for me. You've lost 2 players, but you've got 4 kills up on that leaderboard. So if they go on and grab, some good points, it would have been a great thing. We'll see how that one ends up for them. But the boys from Affiliate Apex, they do have a lot to prove right here. They've got to have a great performance if they do want to keep on putting the pressure onto the boys from Mad Nice on that leaderboard at the top. I mean, overall, they're not in any pressure of not qualifying into the next phase. So I mean, they can go on and have fun. But if they want to continue to build their confidence and to cement themselves as they have been, as one of the best teams in the Umzansi, then they do need to keep on showing that, they can take on fights. I feel like I need to see more aggression coming from them, because right now, taking a look at it, you do have a player who is behind Andrew, but great awareness coming from him right there. So you can see he's probably has been informed by his teammates that there is a player behind him, and they're already beginning to take shots onto him. Obviously, that information coming in from Kage right there, as you can see the angle that Kage has taken on shots onto LSC. I'm not sure if I pronounced that well. How do you pronounce that?
Just go with Elassie.
Elassie,
MVP. Oh, it's down, right? That was some great sprays coming through there, though. But there's going to be shots there now looking to ration up. Andrew, quick on the trigger there, just tapping a head across. But, I mean, looking at the spray currently coming through from the side of Apex, definitely would like to see them look to condense the current split, right? Because I understand, yes, they are over in towards Quarry, and the more spread out kind of position you have, the more information you're able to kind of gather. But they got to be cautious, because looking at the players from Delta, they could at some point maybe just look to bring in a little bit of a disruption here, as we can see Ladara and Floki just trying to find any of these opportune angles to try and play. And Andrew could get caught out in the open.
Ooh, you can see the boys right there from Delta taking out, Andrew right there, and the boys from Professor, just pulling up onto that position. And right now, they've been able to reduce things to what is a 3v3. I can see Professor trying as much as possible to hold his own as he does take down one player. It goes down as well. The boys from Delta are still putting on pressure right here as they do take out another player from the boys from Affiliate Apex. And I do believe the boys from Affiliate Apex are down to 1 player right here. A Delta squad is holding their own. Not really a great... Okay, Affiliate is down to 2 players, actually. Yesa is, not too close to them. But, I mean, they're not really having the best of days. I feel like the problem right here is, they probably overflanked. They didn't push as one as a team. If Andrew, and Kage, Professor, and the rest of his boys were all together compact fighting against the boys from Delta, they would definitely have been taking them out. But right now, you can see the boys from Delta are looking for Andrew to get that elimination right there, to confirm that elimination. And it would be a 3v2 situation once they do that, and it would be curious to see how it does play out for their team. But yeah, it's the thing, things are not looking really great for the boys from Affiliate. But if they can get this heal on to Andrew, then it might just turn things around for them, and it might not be that bad a day as we initially had anticipated. But let's see if VSA can get that one before the boys spot him. How do you think this is gonna go, DK? Do you think the boys from Delta are really fired up to take this one out, or the flank position that Kage has is gonna be a disadvantage for them?
I'm thinking that the players from Apex might find themselves in a little bit of hot water, right? Because not only do we have Delta right in front of them, right? We also have Zero Tolerance moving in from the east, right? So they could find themselves in a little bit of an uncomfortable pincer position here. So the ideal, I think, here for the players from Apex would be to get themselves disengaged from this position, because they are focusing all their efforts onto the players there from Delta. We've got Blue Zone that's closing in, and at some point they are going to start running out of health, running out of options, and I think at this point the best option could be to prioritize the rotation and get yourself out, because Delta, they've got the high ground advantage. I mean, yes, Kage is the scout, but I mean, once Kage is dealt with, what is the rest of Apex going to be doing? Because it doesn't really leave them with a lot of options here. Yep, see, there we go. Up comes Zero Tolerance, right as I said, the beautiful threat in from behind, and with that, it is going to be Team Apex now getting eliminated. Down to 14 teams we go, and this is going to be the opportunity now for both Zero Tolerance and the players there from Delta to focus their efforts back onto towards the zone. And I think that was the downfall for Apex, right? They got distracted with the engagement instead of prioritizing their survivability.
We did talk about this before the game started, about the potential for third parties, especially when the fight tends to drag on for too long. Definitely will be all the teams who, because it's such a small map, right? It's a 4x4, and there's always that team who is listening out, that wants to come in with the third party and get those kills, and that definitely is what happens in the boys from Affiliate right there. Also, if they'll go back and look at this, I mean, they're such a great team, but the flank position that Kage had did not really allow him come in to provide support to his team when they were in the heat of the moment. You saw Professor already get one knock onto the boys from Delta, and he had reduced the health of another player. If Kage was in that fight with them at that particular point in time, and Yeso was closer as well, they might have just sealed that entire fight with the boys from Delta and won that one. So while flanking is really great, being really far away from your team, not enough to provide that support for them immediately when they get into a dangerous situation, cost them right there.
Yeah, it is quite a costly turn of events, but of course what's not going to be too costly is a little bit of that botation action coming through here from the players of Rilla Insider. So they're now looking to wrap around that northwestern approach. And I mean, we've seen this play being brought in by teams in the past, and it has worked out quite favorably. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the players here from Rilla Insider will be able to pull into a good, secure option, right? If they're going to be pulling up in towards Hatin, they are going to be finding themselves in a little bit of that hot water, not ideally where they would be liking to go. But who knows, right? Maybe they could opt over towards that more eastern island, just on the opposite end of that river. But that's all going to be determined by where the zone is going to be shifting up to next. We're still sitting with 53 players and 14 teams remaining. Players here from EFX, they're going to be making their way through Paradise, as we can see up on that mini-map. Just going to be exploring their options, looking to see where they can get themselves situated. And the team from Energy, meanwhile, will be up towards the north, just close to that kind of little, bit of water body that we've got separated from the rest of the zone. Meanwhile, Rilla going for a little bit of splash, just trying to cool themselves down. I can't really fault that approach, and it does seem like they are going to be pulling into a decent position. We can see those docks up ahead, and from what we can see up on the map, right, it is, for now at least, an uncontested position, so it could be a safe rotation or safe approach for them to get themselves back into the zone.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a really smart rotation coming in from them. You know, Villa Insider definitely need this. They need to. I mean, they've shown that they can fight. You know, we talked about it. You know, within the last game that Slayer and his boys. You know, they do know how to take on those fights. They do know how to take on any team. But the problem that you usually have is third parties is being outside the zone, not being in a good position, and I think that that's something they're trying to solve right now. And I hope that they're lucky enough not to get into a situation with the boys from YKI. But I mean, the boys from Yokida East are currently busy with energy to have sights onto them. As you can see, aimbot, taking on shots onto them. But the return fire from the boys from Yokida East takes him down, and they can now begin to make that push and try as much as possible to finish them off. As you can see, Yokida East Anonymous already on the run right here, very hungry to get those kills, taking a look around. But we might be seeing something coming in from Rila Insider as they're coming into those shots as well. So let's see how it goes on. A third party coming in from Rila Insider might make this a really interesting situation for the boys from Energy.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a very favorable play, especially for Rilla. But now, looking at the rest of the spreads, right? We know that Blue Zone is going to be closing up, and for the time being, the players here from Your Killer is are just going to be looking to play these positions as best they can manage, and they could actually be finding quite a few of those sprays down on towards Rilla. As we can see, Matrix now getting taken down as Anonymous steps up with a beautiful hit with that M4 and with that Slick to steps up to get that confirmation locked in. Already 2 eliminations now on board for Your Killer is, and so far it was a relatively safe play coming in for Rilla Insider. But unfortunately, Your Killer is just being so attentive and being able to find those positions. We can see the zone now taking a little bit of a shift further down towards that more eastern edge, taking a favorable position now for the players there from EFX. And this could be some pretty good positions for them now to try and to strengthen and utilize, as we've got several other teams looking to be doing exactly the same. Meanwhile, the players there from Royal Demo find themselves in pretty tough contention going up against the players from, I think that's Black Crystal. We can see those green dots right there. So a little bit of a tricky play. Of course, expecting a few of those rotations to come in across that western bridge. But for now, Your Killer is looking to bring in a little bit of that domination, right? They're trying to assert their position, but at the same time, looking to get themselves a little bit closer on towards where this next zone is actually shifted towards.
Yeah, definitely great gameplay coming in from the boys from Your Killer is. I did anticipate that they were going to take on shots onto the boys from Rila Insider, because just judging from their position, they were in a really, really good, spot to take on shots onto the boys from Rila Insider while they were making those rotations into the map. But they got distracted by the Delta team initially. And, I mean, it is good luck for the Delta team, because, Rila Insider coming into the picture just turned the focus away from them for a bit, and just denied the boys from Your Killer is the option to make that full push onto Delta squad. So they've chosen a different path right now, getting into that zone, and the boys from Delta can pretty much just try to get the reses, or just try to rotate away from that spot. So what looked like a very dangerous situation for them is now one where they do have a little bit of hope. But taking a look at the map right now, we still got about 14 teams left in this particular map. DK, who do you think is looking really good to go into that final circle and win this one right here in Sanhok? My money is, I'm not sure. I don't want to jinx them. I don't want to give them the start cost so far. I mean, we're watching them right now, and hopefully, since I have not mentioned their name and we're watching them right now, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, daddy!
Since I didn't mention the name, my money's on them, because we saw some great gameplay coming from them, in the last game. They haven't gotten any kills so far, but hopefully going into the going into the next fight, they'll be able to take their own. They're coming up against the boys from EFX, so this is about that time where they need to prove themselves. Sprinkles, Suli, and the rest are really, really tough players. So if they want to prove that they can go on and grab that confidence, they've got to do it now.
I mean, there's going to be opportunity for that, but also we see the players here from Whitey finding themselves, kind of sharing the hill. You can see Manfilla and Trick both now just limbering themselves up, especially Manfilla looking to get ready for potential push. We got Dice Slay also just holding up right there alongside them. So a little bit of a split up play coming through here from the side of Sincerity. They've already lost one of their players, so they're not going to be looking to have a bit of a repeat come through on that front. Meanwhile, the players there from Your Killer Is are going to come through swinging on towards the position of Blackjack, towards that more northern edge of the zone, with the shots continuing to fly on through. We got the players from Energy also getting picked up as they are trying to swim their way through into safety. But Manfilla and the rest of the players here from YT Gaming just going to be perched up high. A good vantage point to be holding, but it's going to be up to Sincerity as to whether or not YT will have any success here, because they're the only team that can really contend against the current position we see YT in. The rest of the lobby all focused up more towards that northern position. Also a little bit of a spread over on towards that more western side. But for now, who knows, right? It could pan out in any which way. But I'm liking that approach coming through from the players there of Royal Demo X. Also just rotating up right behind Sincerity. So Sincerity could find themselves in a very similar play like what Apex found themselves in not too long ago.
Ooh, a really, really, really tough one right there coming in from the boys, from, Sincerity. They're pretty much surrounded by, the boys from RDX right there. But I do believe that, I mean, judging from previous seasons, Sincerity is one team that, has always, found a way to stay within the Umzansi. Sometimes they put on good performances and they've been on top of that leaderboard, but they haven't just gotten into that next level gameplay, that we've seen. We've seen some really great, brilliant moments coming from them, right? Like we've seen from Aatrox, and I think that the two teams just fall into that category. But for me, I'm not really sure what they're missing to, just activate that next level danger and that consistent performance. Like you see from teams like BJE, G3, 4KT, and even teams like Mad Knights right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say, but with that, we know where Phoenix kind of had the fault, right? They were trying to take those shots while leaving the door open behind them, and that was a great opportunity for those knocks to come on through. Meanwhile, the players there from Royal Demo X also down in the drink. Poseidon is supposed to be at home in the water, right? Because that's what Poseidon is. But, Rogue definitely not going to be looking to get them out of that water anytime soon. I think the quickest way out, yes, will be exactly that. Poseidon now just making their way on through. But with that, it is still up to 41 players, 13 teams looking to show us what they've got. We've got the players all the way down to the southern side getting into a few engagements, but Lag now going to be looking to clear it up as they move in towards the northwest. The BBC up ahead of, not BBC, rather the players there from Blackjack. Position just up ahead of them. Rilla Insider also running into a little bit of trouble, as you can see them now starting to, kind of feature in that elimination feed. But Rilla Insider down to 1. We've got several teams now starting to really feel the sting of the zone coming through, right? We've already seen several of them having to kind of, leave the zone. But now Kakao and the rest of the players here from Lag are going to be turning their attentions further on towards Black Crystal, as it is Black Clover, rather, now to get eliminated. And the players here from Lag already setting up on towards those 5 eliminations. So, I mean, Lag having a beautiful run so far, managing to hold on to all their players. We got that big bad blue zone also now stinging down on towards MG, as they also now get knocked right on down, and the pressure now turns on towards Phoenix to see if they could maybe pull off that res. But it's going to be a very contentious position to play, because we got Your Killer Is right there alongside them, as MG, unfortunately now, is not able to participate anymore in this match. Lag still looking absolutely phenomenal, but we're only seeing one team currently positioned up in towards the zone, right? It's going to be the players coming through from YT Gaming, who've moved up in towards that southern position. The rest of the lobby still having to try and kind of squeeze themselves in. We do see the players from Zero Tolerance also making a bit of a push, and of course Kakao now just bringing in those disruptions, finding the knock up in towards Rogue, and Islay and Muffin are going to be put on a bit of a back foot. The final 2 hopefuls for the side there of Sincerity. But I'm not quite sure how long they're going to be able to last, because they are still having to push through the players there from YT Gaming position just up ahead of them. Meanwhile, Lag, they're just going to be clearing out this lobby.
Man, there's so much confidence coming in from them from that previous game, and that definitely is what, winner chicken dinner does for you. Remember, we spoke at the beginning of this game that, they actually don't need to get, another win. All they need to do is to just keep on getting those kills, get themselves into a top 10, and maybe just grab about 10 points. And that's exactly what they're doing here, right? You can see them; they already have 6 eliminations, about to be 7. They've taken on several different players, and now they can move on into that zone. They're about to lose one player who is outside that zone, but they can move on to that final circle and just keep on, doing their thing. And if at the end of the day they grab themselves, about, let's say, 10 kills and they finish in the top 5, then they will be looking overall today to be sitting down in a really good spot. And that definitely what a winner chicken dinner does for teams like that. Just build that confidence. I'm beginning to feel like teams within the PUBG space maybe need to start hiring, like, psychologists, people. All I'm not sure who does it for for teams in, like, different genres, like, soccer and basketball, like if they do, because I know that they do have psychologists who, like, who like talk to players to boost their confidence even when things are going like really low for them, or when they're like in really tough situations. But in PUBG, I feel like teams definitely need that, because what I see from a lot of teams is what the psychology does for them. When they do get a win, all of a sudden they start playing differently. And a team like Lag that wasn't sitting down in a good spot within the zone, you can now see them being aggressive and making that push. But Zero Tolerance right here, now beginning to come into the fight, taking on several different teams. As you can see, Paradox, getting 1 kill right there. I mean, DK, just taking a look at the way all these teams are playing right now, who do you think is going to take this one? Are we going to see, Lag, just getting another winner chicken dinner right here again? Or are we going to see, other teams like YT, Zero Tolerance now, come in and, dominate?
I mean, the lag really looking pretty strong right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they stepped up with yet another winner chicken dinner. But it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, though, right? You can see Zero Tolerance and the players here from YT having a little bit of a back and forth with Lord, taking quite a bit of damage, but being quite some distance away from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Lag now pretty much reduced to 2, right? 1-9 is going to be the final hopeful. We can see Muffin trying to apply a little bit of pressure on towards Rick, as Rick is trying to get themselves out of the compound. The zone taking a bit of a swing, moving further on towards the north. Zero Tolerance managing to secure some good anchor points moving into this next phase. We're not quite sure how much longer they'll be able to have those positions secured, as we did see the 1-9 also now finding themselves in a very unfortunate position. Those nades getting sent across with that. The players from EFX get devoured by the blue zone. Our final 4 teams left to fight it out. It is going to be Lord trying to push in from the southern edge, trying to get back to the rest of the team, but not quite sure whether or not they'll be able to get that, as Rick and Manfilla is going to be looking to make it so dang challenging for them. Paradox now finds a bit of an opening on towards Rick, gets a beautiful spray down, but Rick fortunately just ducks in behind that hardcover. Lag now getting eliminated as the nades come through, and it is going to be Skydo to send in a beautiful hit. Lord also now getting knocked right on down. Rick getting caught out in the open. Manfella going to be trying to maybe just ride this one out, as they are now the final hopeful. But Sincerity surprisingly doing it really well here. Muffin, Visley just being able to hold themselves in the zone, keeping themselves contentious, making sure that they are able to utilize these positions. But now it's going to come down to this final strip, because as you can see, the zone has moved more in favor of Sincerity than it is looking for the players of the side of Zero Tolerance, right? So we are going to be seeing Skydo and Paradox now having to push across. They have to make that rush to get themselves back into the zone. And that could be the opportunity that Sincerity has been waiting for them to lock in a potential winner chicken dinner. Already, the team there from Sincerity sitting on 4 eliminations. Zero Tolerance, they've been doing an absolutely phenomenal job so far. I mean, Paradox, Skydo sitting on 11 eliminations collectively, and they're going to be looking to pick up even more of that. But Skydo now realizes that the time is up. They need to get the push in. Muffin does get traded off by Slay, quickly managing to recover a little bit of health. But up comes the head. It is going to be Skydo to lock it in. Sincerity now getting sent away. And with that, we are down to our final teams. Manfella now trying to just survive that deadly blue zone, just out there sipping on some blue, looking to see if they could potentially just get themselves rezzed up. But I mean, this could be a tough run for Manfella. Filler. Man, Filler still sitting with at least 5 mates to their name, but is not going to be able to survive it as the final hit of devastation is dealt. And it is going to be the players there from Zero Tolerance to pick up 13 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. So I think we have a pretty good indication as who our MVP player will be for this one. I would not be surprised if it was Skydo to come through. But looking at those eliminations, an absolutely beautiful performance coming in from Zero Tolerance.
Man, I mean, going into that final circle, we did think at some particular point in time it was going to be like esports who was going to take things out, and just take out those teams. But I was looking at the body language coming in from, the boys from Zero Tolerance and how they wanted to make that final play. They had one player who was outside the zone who just kept on healing and making things tough for the boys from YT. But at the end of the day, the boys from Zero Tolerance, they played their cards quite right. They did have some help from the boys from, Sincerity. And, they got rid of Lag Esports, and it just worked out for them in that final circle, and they were the better team coming up against Sincerity, and they sealed that one through. GG's to them.
Yep. They did it magnificently there at the very end. But for me, it's not just that they managed to get the W at the very end of affairs here. I want to actually go back to how it started. A team that we were looking forward to seeing how they're going to perform today, Team Apex, found themselves being eliminated by Zero Tolerance skills. And this is a trend that we've seen over the last couple of weeks here, DK, that if you are able to eliminate one of the very high-placing squads, whether it be a Team Apex, a Mad Knights, etc., somehow you find yourself easily cruising to victory thereafter. And of course, as we take a look at this MVP vote, very little surprises to imagine that it's going to be somebody from the squad here from ZTS. And indeed, it's going to be Skydo. 8 eliminations, DK. Woo! What a performance from the squad.
Yeah, no surprise to see Skydo coming in and rocking that MVP slot. I mean, between Skydo and Paradox, right, they pretty much brought in all the eliminations for their team. So it's great to see such a strong representation being brought in by Zero Tolerance, right? And we talked about this not too long ago, right? Teams are going to be looking to step up when they deem it appropriate to do exactly that. And I think this is going to be a beautiful push now for Zero Tolerance just to advance themselves a little bit further up that leaderboard, just to lock in a bit of a higher position. So very satisfying performance coming through here. And it's quite surprising though. I mean, looking at Skydo's performance, 616 damage. That means that Skydo fishing for those third-party hits, and it was a beautiful run to come through.
That just means that Skydo is our resident kill stealer of the day. So done a fantastic job here to make sure that he gets his squad the eliminations. Because ultimately, Axfire, who actually cares about damage? Who actually cares about survival time? It's all about getting your eliminations, all about ensuring that your squad is positioned to also accrue those placement points as well. And ZTS just had a very interesting idea of how to go about this. They understood the assignment of what to do in this map, and it's Sanhok, right? We normally, last week we saw it being a little bit more action-packed than this, but it still practically came down to the prediction that DK gave us. 7 teams left once we got to the 7th zone, went all the way to 8. Although, one thing I am a bit worried about, it did seem apparent to me that there is still quite a big difference between the squads that understand how to move as a strategic unit and the squads that are just on the lobby to try and get as many kills as possible. And when we look at the match rankings that we've come from that particular map that we've seen just now, we're probably going to see that big distribution of those point tallies between the squads that are only looking out for strategy and the squads that are doing more killing, except for these 2 teams that I want to talk about quickly. YT Gaming and Sincerity Esports. YT in particular haven't looked hot at all coming into today. They have more than doubled how many points they've achieved up until this point, just by being able to come through, have one good map on the cards. Sincerity Esports, of course, were also not looking too hot, but they managed to come up and do something amazing. DK mentioned it just now. A lot of these teams are going to be stepping up, figuring out exactly how to put their best foot forward. But the question I have for you here, Axfire, how is it possible to turn off this level of skill? Because they look literally night and day from what we've seen up until this point in the Umzansi Esports League. How is it possible to hide your power level this well as one of these squads?
I don't think that it's hiding. If you look at what happened, with Athenian Apex in the past, 2 games, you can begin to tell what's happening to some of these teams, right? They have the firing power. We've said it. The fact that you're in the Umzansi means that you definitely know how to fight. You definitely know how to battle things out. And these teams are not new to the game. Looking at teams like Zero Tolerance, looking at Lag, looking at YT Gaming, looking at Sincerity Esports, Team AFX. They've been in the game for quite a really long time, and they know how to grind out these games. But what usually happens is, can you consistently do that? That's the difference between teams like Lag, teams like Zero Tolerance, and the bigger boys like G3, like Slime 4KT, especially in the previous seasons. They know how to week in, week out, consistently put in those performances. And that's what these teams need. Lag is sort of doing it today. They've come in, with 17 points in the next game. That's what teams like this need to consistently do. If you want to be on the top of that leaderboard, you need to be grinding out those points every single game.
I mean, a good example of what this exact point that you're mentioning now, as we look into the second page of these match rankings, a very good example. We countenance Zero Tolerance Girls, who's been increasing their consistency week on week, versus teams like Team Apex, who had a phenomenal start to the season, DK. They were looking, honestly, if you'd asked me after the end of week 2, which squads are going to wind up being in the final zone of the final day of the playoffs, I would have said there's a 0% chance Team Apex is not there. I'm feeling a bit more skittish about that prediction now, because this lack of consistency, it introduces some worries. However, this is also a team that has gotten so many points before today that they might not have to worry as much about that next phase of the tournament. What do you think it is? Is the team itself not looking as hot generally, or is it just the case that they don't need to look as hot, and that's why we're seeing them at the bottom or half of the table right now?
I'd go for the latter, right? And that is, as I said before, it's a strategy these teams apply, right? That's kind of just how they move through. Some teams like to put in a lot of work in the beginning of a tournament to establish a good amount of dominance with regards to points, and then they are in a position where they can afford to have a little bit less than favorable performance, right? So it gives them a bit of that breathing room, but they can't relax too much, because any of the other teams could look to replicate that same approach. So they need to be a little bit, watchful as to how much they relax and at what point they look to just add in a few more additional points. But I'm not too worried by seeing a team like Apex sitting all the way in 14th position, right? If it was a day after day after day kind of thing, yes, then there's something wrong. But based on their previous performance, looking at today, I'm not really too worried for them, though.
Well, we're going to be seeing right now exactly why you're not worried, because their previous performance has put them in very good stead in general. And overall, Team Apex certainly can afford a little bit of latitude in that regard. Something that is going to be interesting, though, is that because we're having so many different squads also being able to climb up this leaderboard, we also have a situation where, with the overall ranking, the top couple of teams are fairly set as it stands right now. However, there's actually a lot of space underneath here at Fire for these situations to change. I mean, Team Lag, they were not in this first half before we started this day. Blackjack Esports were teetering on the edge, of being able to be solidly in the top 8. But this could actually change day on day. So if you're not a Mad Knight, if you're not a Zero Tolerance Skills, if you don't have that kind of consistency to be able to deliver week on week, is there a specific way to find out how to peak at the right time such that you get enough points to no longer have to worry about this rat race?
So for me, I think that there's no choice. There's no formula, but just being able to take on your fights, right? Um, um, I mean, if you look at the way the teams who were at the bottom, of the table, teams like Lag, who weren't doing so well, right, now moved themselves all the way to that first page. If you look at the strategy, they're not there because they were trying to play it safe. They were just trying to get the placement points. They're there because they were getting the kill points, and they were aggressive. They were making the push. They were being a lot smarter. They were but at the same time, they're getting themselves into that top 3. Gone are the days like in lower leagues and lower tiers. You can say, okay, you know what? I'll just rotate away, avoid fights as much as possible, and get into that final circle. But you're not going to do that. Look at Relay Insider. Reliance had got on a board, made a wide rotation, trying to stay as safe as possible, and then they got surprised
Yep.
by
They
the boys
literally
from
got
your
gunned
killer
down
ears.
as soon as they landed. It was kind of hilarious to watch.
Exactly.
It was like, oh.
Exactly. So it's such an aggressive lobby that the only option and the only choice right now is to fight.
Yep. I mean, we see that reflected in how these rankings look. From first place all the way to 16th, and now we move from 17 to 24. The trend is very, very obvious. The lower down you go, the fewer eliminations that you tend to see, even if you have some decent placement points. However, DK, another thing that we do not see with these lower ranked teams, which we would sometimes see in prior iterations of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, we would sometimes see these lower ranked teams claiming winner chicken dinners as well, even if they weren't necessarily able to get themselves very high up the ranking board. What do you think is explaining this massive difference between the teams being able to win it out at the top in the first 16 versus practically nothing happening in the bottom half of the table?
I mean, you got to look at so where the answer is going to be coming from is the next stage, right? Because the teams that you have now currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, right? They are stepping out. They're bringing in an absolute insane amount of points in comparison with the teams sitting a little bit further down. But the challenging part is going to be for the teams to keep that up consistently, right? As I said before, this is a marathon. This is not a race. Now, if you look at a marathon, yes, you got a few runners that tend to head out to the front of the pack in the early stage, right? But there is a point where they get overtaken. And that is going to happen still, right? It's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. But it's going to happen before we get to the end of the group stage, right? The teams sitting a little bit further down, like G3, like Rilla Insider, like Sincerity, they are just going to remind the rest of the lobby that they are still here. So don't say too much about these current positions where you see the teams in, right? The actual position that we need to look at is the team sitting on that final page, right? That is the worrying position because, as we know, it is going to be a relegation that comes through. So it's going to be up to the teams to try and get themselves out of that last page. That is where a majority of the focus needs to be put on.
Yep, this particular part of the tournament being 25th to 32nd, things look very, very scary here. You have squads like 10x Africa who really have failed to make their mark at all so far in the league. But the thing that's very scary for me, you know, Slime Kate's 4KT, sure, they've only played 3 games, so they can still come out with some very strong performances. But I'm terrified for teams like Black Crystal, teams like Energy, teams who have been involved in every single match up until this point and still have barely been able to get together enough points to get out of this particular relegation battle. Axfire, you've been a veteran. You've seen how these teams from the Nkosi Super Cup can actually come up and mount a very reasonable challenge to the squads from the Umzansi Esports League. How worried are you? Like, if you're one of these players, one of the team members here, are you already worried enough that you're also starting to look at the Nkosi Super Cup just to prepare for what your competitors look like?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at 10x, looking at Black Crystal, Team Nzimbi, but especially 10x, something needs to change quite fast. Like, they need a miracle at this particular point in time because having played 6 matches and gotten only 6 points, you know, even if they get a winner chicken dinner with like 10 kills, they still might be at the bottom of, you know, the entire table. So they need they practically need a miracle where they come in and, you know, they just storm the lobby that entire day. They probably get, you know, 2 games where they grab, you know, like maximum points and maybe end up with like 50 points, you know, at the end of the day. So yeah, it's a very tough one to them. But for teams like Team Nzimbi, Black Crystal, if they have one really brilliant game, it could send them way up on that leaderboard because you can see all the way from the 25th to you know 31, they're separated by 10 points. So moving on to the next page isn't impossible for them. The team that has a really difficult, you know, situation right there is the boys from 10x, and I mean, good luck to them, but you know, it's not really looking bright. It's not really looking bright for them.
For Energy, Royal Demo X, and Black Crystal, though, they still have another bite at the cherry because we have not concluded the evening's affair of PUBG Mobile action. You've, of course, seen the opening 2 maps of Erangel and Sanhok, but now we go to the decider. The third map of every evening is always Miramar, and this is the 15th match that we're going to be conducting. hopefully we're going to be seeing this be a map that allows us to have some of the teams at the lower end of the table elevate themselves through great performances, as many kills as possible, and good zone control. Because if they don't do that, suddenly you are looking at a situation where you are 9 games in, but not as far as you want to be in the overall leaderboard. So these squads need to make some magic happen. We will be seeing magic because it is Miramar, and of course it is this map where we're going to have a lot of long range fights. It's going to be a bit of a long one. Before we get into it, Axfire, I'll give you the final word here. DK made an excellent prediction before Sanhok. You tell me, how many zones are we getting and how many teams competing in those zones? That's my favorite kind of chaos. As many teams as possible in 6 zones. Please tell me that this is going to happen. So take it away, Actfire and DK, make this prediction happen, bring us the hype, and make this game as exciting as possible. Talk to you afterwards.
There we go. Thank you so much, Snare. Of course, we are going to be moving straight up in towards Miramar. As we can see, it is going to be Skull and Bones. Just looking to get down on towards the map with Phoenix showing us the way to the ground, right? That is kind of the approach that we need to take, but also taking a bit of a look at that flight path. We can see it has started just to the eastern side of Al Azahar and is going to be heading a little bit further down towards the south, stopping relatively close towards Los Higos. But that means, right, next up, we are going to be seeing where this first initial zone is going to be appearing and where these teams will have to try and get themselves positioned in towards, over towards El Pozo. As the zone now shifts in that exact direction, it is going to be somewhat challenging to get yourself situated there from where the flight path has been. But, grab a little bit of a vehicle, make those rotations, and that could be a little bit of a sigh of relief for these teams looking to rotate on towards that far western edge. And that is what I'm expecting to see here, Actfire, is because, we've got teams on towards the eastern side, but as we know, right, as we usually see in these lobbies, we've got a few teams that like to... They're not frequent, but they prefer starting over on towards that western edge. And I mean, Rilla Insider, it does seem like they're looking to get themselves a little bit better situated, looking to push as far as they can, potentially, over on towards the western side. Or they might just be pushing straight up in towards La Cobreria.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of space for the boys from Rilla Insider to work with, getting into that zone. We can already see, teams just being, really spaced out. And, it's a really big map. So we might not be seeing, a lot of action going on, except for that position right there at Impala, where we've got about 2 teams, and we might be seeing a fight coming down between them, any moment in time, except they do just decide, hey, you know what, we're just going to go, respect ourselves, go somewhere else and meet in that final circle. But aside from them, it does look like, things are going to start off really, really slow. I expect to see a lot more from the boys from BJE, as this usually is one of those maps where we see the boys from BJE begin to show themselves a bit more. They have a lot more space to work with, taking on teams, and I might put the caster cost on them. Let's see. I mean, they're a big team, so they can handle the caster cost.
Well, yeah, I mean, they can probably handle it, right? But what it's going to come down to is what they're going to be prioritizing in this early stage of the game, right? Are they going to be looking to prioritize their loot, or will they be looking more onto those positionings, right? Because as we saw, there's a vast openness over on towards the western side. So this would be a grand opportunity for teams to get themselves situated towards the western side and not having to worry about contending against any teams that could be potentially making their way through, rotating towards the zone. Speaking of that, right, we did see a few of those engagements also then already starting to happen between the players that you have from BBCX and the team from Aatrox, as it now turns on towards what is left of BBCX, looking to see if they can make a bit of a stand, right? We got Havoc up on the roof, just trying to play a quiet position as best they can. Meanwhile, it's going to be Bum down on the opposite end, and so that means 2 hopefuls remain, right? Renil and good old Havoc, right? Looking to see what they can bring on through, and this is going to be a really challenging position, especially now for BBCX to find any success, because they are going up against Aatrox, right? We've seen the Ripper. He was the MVP in our very first game, so that already says a bit of the the kind of flavor they are looking to bring onto the battlefield here.
Yeah, definitely. Reaper putting a lot of work for his team going in right here. You can, he's pretty much just smelling, noticing that there's a player in his building, but he's not sure exactly when that player is at. And I'm not sure if Havoc landed on that building. Most likely, probably did land in that building,
Mm.
so he doesn't have any weapons to work with. So obviously not going to be a threat to Reaper right here. So we can say that the boys from BBC are potentially, when it comes to fighting, one man down in this particular one because Havoc cannot, doesn't have the facilities to, provide a support to his teammates right here. So the boys from BBC, I do see just two players. You got Bomb Bomb and you got Renell right there, who will be looking to try to hold things out against the boys from Aatrox. And I do believe the boys from Aatrox should be thinking about pushing onto their position quite quickly before Havoc does grab a weapon and, you know, makes that push
Mm.
into supporting his teammates. So be curious to see how this one does play out. But my money is on the boys from Aatrox taking on and winning this particular fight.
Yeah, I mean, so ideally, I would have liked to see another bum there next to Bum Bum because you could make a great thing out of that, like Bum Bum Bum. But you know what? That's just me. Either way, it is going to be quite a challenging play for Havoc to not only get a weapon, but to evade that nade that just got sent in. Fortunately for them, the Ripper only sent out a smoke, but the rest of the team not finding themselves with such blessings. It's going to be Bum Bum to get re-knocked, and Renil, yep, gets reeled in as the shots come through, and with that, the players from BBCX are now down to only one remaining hopeful. So Havoc really getting caught in a very challenging position, but Daddy has already spotted them out, so we could be expecting a few more of those utilities to get sent across, waiting to see whether or not it is going to be a nade or maybe just another smoke to come on through. But this could be a very abrupt finish now coming through for the players here of BBCX. I mean, they were showing such great potential in over on towards Sanhok. So it's a little bit unfortunate to see, this kind of turn of events happening here against them. But as we look on towards what we have in the rest of the lobby, right, we do see a little bit of the convergence coming through between the players from Energy, Rilla Insider, as well as the squad there from Royal Demo X up in towards San Martin, as we now have Coco just trying to peer across, trying to see if they can pick up a few of those hits. It's flying cars, but unfortunately no explosions, as Slay now steps up and finds their first victim.
Oof, Relay Insider, another team that needs to step things up. They've not had quite a really, good day so far. We do know that they're one of those teams that has the ability to perform quite well. But previous seasons they always remained a very consistent team. And you can see right here Coco and the rest of his boys just coming up against Energy, another team that does need those performances. But the boys from Relay Insider are absolutely stumping them, coming in angry from their previous team. But I love what I'm seeing right here. Metrics and Slay currently getting gunned down, but Coco providing that support, and Energy's clutch, the last man, for his team, currently not with them, trying to send on some shots from that distance, but not able to take out the boys or provide the necessary support, that his team needed right there. So GD's to the boys from Willa Insider. Maybe this might turn things around for them, and they will continue to build that confidence going into, this final game.
Yeah, I mean, Energy definitely getting depleted much faster than they would have liked. But let's see, maybe Clutch could bring something in. I mean, this is not the first time. It's not the first time that Clutch is the final hopeful for the team. So, I mean, that's not really a trend that we want to see developing for a team. We'd like to see a little bit more of those players being able to survive these onslaughts coming through. But either way, it's part of the learning process, right? So Energy just needs to try and see what they can do to best improve on that. But now, looking at the players here from Royal Demo X, right? They've got such a favorable position. They're the only team essentially positioned up in towards San Martin. And now with that zone taking a swing over on towards the northwestern side, we see that mass migration now potentially coming through. We've got Sincerity starting to rotate up from that far southern position. Hard on their heels, of course. We've got the players there from Black Crystal looking to move on through. We got the players from Black Clover coming in from that eastern side, just right behind Zero Tolerance. So we could have a little bit of congestion coming through on towards particularly the edge of zone. But what I'm going to be looking to is to see who will be the team to get themselves perched up on the high ground, because looking at where the zone has shifted towards, there's a lot of high ground positions to be played, especially very close to where the players there from YT Gaming currently find themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, so taking a look at this one right now, maybe my predictions might actually come through on the amount of teams, going into that final circle, because you can see we're still down to about 16 teams left in this particular map, and it's going to be a really tough one. It's all down to who holds the central position going into that final circle. So I mean, I've put my caster cost on BJE. Is there any team that you will be looking to bless? DK?
Ooh, to bless. I mean, that's a tough decision to be making here. I mean, who knows? Maybe we could see another surprise performance coming through from Lag, but they, of course, lagging behind a little bit out in the blue zone. We did see a few eliminations now coming in there as well. The players from the side of BBCX getting devoured by the big bad blue zone. Black Crystal, of course, now trying to see if they could potentially step up and cause a little bit of carnage onto the players there from EFX, but both these teams still having to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. Lag now getting hit by that blue zone as they are quite some distance away from zone, but I'm liking this convergence that we're having right here on the side of Your Killer Is, right? Already being in a position where they could deal a few of those hits, just looking to see what they can do to the side here of Royal Demo. And with that, we do see Neptune is going to be looking for a bit of change that they could have lost along the way. Not quite sure where the rest of the team is. Ooh, in fact, they are positioned all the way back in towards San Martin. So, yeah, I do think the stars are not going to be really aligning here for Neptune, as this could be the end of the road for them. But Slick is going to be stepping up, looking to get that confirmation. Quick, easy play. And, yep, there we go. It is going to be the end, at least for Neptune. The rest of the team is going to be looking to roll on through from that far eastern edge of the zone. We do see a few other engagements that are also starting to happen. The players there from the side of Delta and the players from, I believe that is Black Crystal, or is that Black Clover? Either way, one of the BC teams are going to be finding a few engagements coming in on towards that southwestern position. I mean, Dagger and the rest of the team, right? They're looking to roll on through. But Your Killer Is, they've got a really nice setup coming up in towards Crater Fields. You know that zone is going to pop as well, as we can see Elas now looking to elasticate themselves, trying to reach across in towards the players there from Black Clovers. But Black Clovers, they've got their eyes set on zone. They're not going to be stopping, waiting for anyone to put any shots towards them. As we can see, Matrix also now, I mean, he forgot to take his pulse this morning, I guess. That's probably what's happening, as they are now just snuffed out, right? Reliant Insider, yeah, that's a little bit of a scary position.
Man, that's such a tough situation for them. Real Insider is one of those teams that I was, probably expecting to do a lot better in this particular map. They were looking really good. They're taking out a team, and they were looking like, this was their moment, but definitely not working out for them. You can see it right now, the boys from EFX, just taking on shots onto several different teams. Zeke is also not too far away from them. He's still up for the boys from Real Insider, but the boys from Team AFX too, another team that we haven't really spoken about. We've not seen much coming from them. They're a really good team. They're a solid team all round, but somehow, they've just not had quite a really impressive day so far. So maybe now is the moment, to continue to show those performances that we know that they're capable of, Nico and the rest of his boys. But Zero Tolerance, he's currently sitting down overall in the second spot right there. You can see Skydo, who was an absolutely brilliant force in, the last match, coming right here and, just taking out that vehicle, Zero Tolerance. What do you think is different for them, DK, this season as compared to, previous ones where we didn't see them, dominate as much as they are doing right now? Because, as much as we think that Mad Knights has been great, consistent and all of that stuff, they are not too far away from Mad Knights when it comes to points.
Experience and focus, right? That's what it is. That is what really brings in a substantial change to a team. If they've been able to garner a lot more experience and they bring that focus stepping into the battlefield. But of course, we know Skydo is just on something else, right? Whatever is happening in Mauritius, I'd love to know where that is, because I mean, Skydo is just popping or finding these spray downs, and it is looking so phenomenal. But I mean, Skydo set the bar over on Sanhok, coming in with those 8 eliminations, so I'm going to be expecting a very similar approach to come in over on towards Miramar. Whether or not that will come to fruition, we'll just have to wait and find out. But it is still, you know, within the realm of possibility, at least looking at the performance that Zero Tolerance has been bringing in, not only today, but also in the previous days of gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. You can now see them getting into a fight right there with the boys from Your Killer Is, and the boys from Zero Tolerance just going absolutely crazy, taking down Anonymous right there, getting that confirmed, Lord, and they're continuing on, you know, the performance that they had in the previous game. There's just something about a team that gets that winner chicken dinner, having a lot of confidence going into the next game and just farming and getting those kills, and that's exactly what they're doing right here. There's several different teams just rotating around them, and they just keep on getting those knocks after knocks. You can see Paradox taking on shots right there onto another team, and it does look like they can get another knock right there as they do take down Wolfie. You got Helena, who is also in that position, and as you can see, he blows up another vehicle, and Paradox going absolutely wild. Skydo and his boys can now begin to push onto that situation and look to finish out that team. They're currently sitting down on 4 kills, and if they can get this eliminations right here, they may be sitting down onto 8 kills right there. The boys from Black Clover are now sitting down with just one player, Helena, who is currently up, and Skydo will definitely be looking to seal that game.
Ooh, but of course the action is not going to be stopping there. As you can see, Rilla Insider also now stepping up on towards EFX. But the players there from Zero Tolerance finding themselves in a little bit of a troubling position, right? Because we did see the players there from the side of YT Gaming moving in just south of their position. But so far, Rilla looking to clear it up. It is all now up to Sprinkles. So let's see whether or not Zeke will be able to land these hits. Down to 2 players there. It is going to be Coco and Zeke. But look at the sprays. Come on. Oh, yes, indeed. Zeke peeks across the ridge. And with that, Sprinkles a little bit of carnage across, sending the players from EFX right to Wednesday game. As we move across into even more engagements, the players here from YT Gaming going to be looking to get themselves established on the northern side. Up ahead, it is none other than the players there for Apex looking to hold strong. They've already been able to kind of establish their position up in towards El Pozo, but El Pozo is going to be a very tough position to play, seeing that there's so many buildings, so many compounds, and so many different levels for these teams to kind of just hide out and just, you know, be so painful, being an absolute thorn in the side for each other.
I mean, speaking about the boys from Affiliate Apex, I feel like, you know, one mistake they should probably try to avoid in this final game is not being able to support your teammates when they do get into a fight. You can already see that they've lost one particular player, so they're down to just 3. Kage needs to be able to provide that support when Professor and when Yesa and Andrew are, you know, taking on those fights. And now you can already see the boys from YT, you know, just pulling up onto that region where all these teams are at. We've still got about 11 teams. The boys from Aphelion are obviously definitely no pushover. They can, you know, take on their fights. They're not in that top 3, you know, in the overall leaderboard for nothing. So we'll be curious to see what they do decide and how they do, you know, take on this particular game. They've got the boys from YT, they got BC around them, and we're edging towards, you know, that final circle. This is where things now begin to get interesting. This is where things begin to get dangerous. The boys from YT currently with 3 players, so if they do come up against Affiliate Apex, it would be a 3v3. So let's see how they do decide to play that one. My money's still on BJE. They've got a full squad. They've got a couple of kills. They're looking really strong, but you never know. We may just see an upset from teams like Affiliate Apex, YT, BC. So let's see how things goes.
Yeah, BC could definitely be looking to bring in a few upsets along the way, but I mean, looking at Skull's position here, great vantage point to be keeping, as we can see the players from Apex holding up. Several teams also still strewn throughout what is left of the zone, as we can see that zone getting ready to pop up once again. With that, it is going to be limiting the playable area that the teams have to try and work with. We got Cacao there from the side of Lag, also holding on to the very edge of zones. We just saw them way off in the distance. But looking at the spray coming through here from Blackjack, right? They are now zone blessed. They find themselves smack dab center zone, and all they need to do now is just fend off any of the advances coming through here. But it is going to be quite the challenge coming through for the players of Black Clover, YT, and of course the players from Apex that are yet to rotate through from this northeastern position. There is going to be a little bit of that bottlenecking coming in, and that is where we're going to be seeing a lot of carnage coming through as the teams are going to be jumping at these opportunities to just find just to find some extra additional points. And of course now Skull showing us how to not reverse your vehicle in a building, as it's not really that favorable, but does however now get downed by the players here from Apex as they find a great opportunity just to tighten their grip.
Yeah, definitely. The boys from Apex do have, a lot to prove going into this final circle. You can already see them trying to make those rotations into the zone. There's several different teams around them, and they might be getting into some trouble as they are heading towards that position where the boys from PJE are currently situated at. You can already see management from, YT Gaming taking on shots right there onto Kage, but he's been able to evade it and enter into that building. So yeah, we're still down to 11 teams. Not a lot of teams have been taken out yet. The boys from Affiliate Apex have gotten themselves into that center right there, and man, it's a really tough one for any team. It's all down to small decisions, whether you got your smokes, decision making from this team. You can see YT, Manfiller right next to the building where Apex is currently at, and he's in a tough one. He's in a really tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a pretty tough player for Manfilla to get themselves out of that position. We do see Mester at least holding off towards that northeastern side, but not quite sure whether or not Mester is going to be able to bring in a helping hand here. As we can see, Jassa, Andrew, and Kage, right? They just want to lay it on as thick as they can possibly manage it. So Manfilla is being put in between a rock, a hard place, and a little bit of a van, if we could go so far. But over on towards that western side, we can almost see it up on the minimap. It is going to be the players there from Your Killer Is and Sincerity finding themselves in a bit of an exchange, with Zero Tolerance now applying their dominance as they are moving in towards the zone. But up comes Mester trying to rescue Manfilla, gets a beautiful hit there as the shots connect on through. It is going to be Sincerity to get sent away, and now could be that opportunity for the players here from YT Gaming to regain control of this compound and potentially take it from the clutches of the team right above them. So who knows, right? There's still a little bit of hope coming through here for YT Gaming. You can see the players from the side of Royal Demo X positioned just off to the edge. That zone has taken another shift all the way down to the southern edge. And this is once again a position in which we see the players here from Blackjack being absolutely blessed with their current lineup. They are taking a swing over on towards the players there from Delta on the opposite edge. But Zero Tolerance, they've been showing some insane dominance, already sitting on 12 eliminations to their name. And there is still 19 other players for them to go up against. So who knows where they could end up at the end of this match. This could really be another favorable performance from Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, I mean, they whether they get that winner chicken dinner or not, just getting 12 kills so far is really impressive. And imagine that they have 12 kills while we've still got about 10 teams left. So obviously, this is not going to be the final elimination that they have. They probably can go on to have even 20 kills in this particular game if it all goes on their way. But the boys from Affiliate Apex, as we can see right there, getting caught up by in between the boys from BC and YT. It's really heartbreaking to see them not being able to perform as they have been doing in the couple of weeks in this particular game. But we'll see how that one turns out as the boys from BJE now beginning to turn their sights onto Zero Tolerance. Definitely is the team that they should be looking to take out if they want to get themselves that winner chicken dinner, because these two teams are going absolutely crazy. So you can see the boys from Zero Tolerance now trying to see if they can get that revive onto the teammates. They're trying to get into that spot with the Paradox, throwing in them smokes, trying to get into that spot and trying to take the shots as much as he can. But MG getting another knock right there onto Lord, putting in the absolute work, trying as much as possible to take on the boys. Will he be able to get a knock, and will he be able to get a finish onto one of the players that he's knocked so far? We'll see how that one does play out for him. But BBC sitting down in a quite comfortable spot so far. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, this could swing either which way, right? And this where MG's name turns to my goodness, because that is what we saw happening at the hand of, MG just reaping absolute havoc onto Zero Tolerance. Paradox getting spotted out in the open, does find a quick little trade and manages to duck into safety just in the nick of time. The players there from Whitey, however, will get eliminated, and we are now down to only 7 teams as Rilla Insider kind of follows suit. The players here from Delta now trying to just hold on towards that southern edge of the zone. Zero Tolerance also now getting hammered as the shots are coming in from the side of Blackjack. But that zone taking another bit of a swing. Lag getting eliminated down to 6 teams. We go only 15 players now remain as Shato gets sent off. It is going to be Kali from the side of Royal Demo, also finding themselves in a little bit of a troubling position. But I mean, this was a very costly rotation coming through for Zero Tolerance, trying to get themselves a little bit more situated into that centered position of the zone. And now with that shift coming in, they are actually all the way up in towards the north. But it's a great vantage point, but they're going to be super careful of MG up in that window. As we can see, Haspot right there on the edge, so that could be quite a disruptive sneak coming through. But your killer is to be looking to pick up a few of those eliminations. They're only sitting on 2 in total for the team. Phoenix, however, will get traded off, and this is a really strong kind of stand being made by the players here from Zero Tolerance. You can see Jinx also just holding off onto the edge. But both Blackjack and Royal Demo X still need to try and rotate up in towards this next safe area. But there's not going to be a very easy rotation. As we can see Jinx now coming under fire as Reverb pushes through and finds quite a few connections to be making there. But Shato and Ledada, yeah, that is quite an open and exposed play. As you can see, Ledada now getting traded on down, heads flying through, and Shato now going to be playing one of the most serious games of hide and seek that they've played for a really, really long time. But Zero Tolerance, I mean, a very open position. They are getting rushed by Blackjack, but they are swiftly dealing with those threats as Blackjack now is dealt a really tough hand. Phoenix now is going to be the last remaining hopeful. Vortex just dodging that nade as it gets sent in. We can see that wall of smoke grenades getting applied. 2 of them are going to start dissipating anytime soon now. They are running out of time. Zayn now getting raced right back on through. But Zero Tolerance looking to assert their dominance here as they now have such a controlling position. They've got controlling numbers as well as 15 eliminations that they've already been able to find. Reverb, fortunately, right there to provide a little bit of that reinforcement now, at least on the front of Blackjack. But it is going to be absolutely insane run. And Hasbot and Shato, they're just going to be keeping themselves out of this fight, right? They just want to see what's going to be happening between Blackjack and Zero Tolerance.
Man, absolutely crazy stuff coming in from Zero Tolerance right there. My money was on, Blackjack. I just kept thinking to myself that they were going to be able to seal that game through, but somehow they managed to get themselves into like a really good spot. And you can see Blackjack Esports just getting, shot up from several different corners. They have so many different eyes on them. They've got the boys, from Delta Esports, or a boy from Delta Esports, Shoto, who is taking on shots onto their position as well. So right now we're down to 3 teams. There's Blackjack Esports, who currently has, I do believe, just 1 player up who's trying to get that revived. A full team from Zero Tolerance, and this might just be another winner chicken dinner coming in from Zero Tolerance. And if they do win this, with the amount of kills that they have so far, we may just be seeing them overthrow the boys from Mad Knights and take on that first spot on the overall leaderboard. DK.
Yeah. They definitely could do exactly that, but it is going to be Phoenix now trying to rise from the ashes, but Zero Tolerance just going to be perched on the very edge of zone. Not going to be looking to get themselves exposed as Reverb now gets devoured by the blue zone. Phoenix, the final hopeful, just trying to ride it out. Shoto now coming under pressure as the hits connected. It is the end. It is now Phoenix standing between Zero Tolerance. Oh, but it's not going to be enough as Zero Tolerance now locks in their 18th elimination. I mean, they have just been absolutely demolishing this lobby. Beautiful performance coming through from them. And of course, the players from Blackjack also picking up those 7 eliminations over into second place. But I mean, 3,074 damage. I mean, that is 30 players worth of damage that they dealt in this one match.
Man, you know what? I did see them getting a lot of kills, remaining consistent, in this particular game. But for me, I did not see them, getting the winner chicken dinner again. And it was a great game. It was a great game for them. But for me, my money was on Blackjack Esports because of the one position that they had, and they usually do well in this particular map. But anyways, great performance for them. I would love to see the leaderboard, by my calculations, I think that they have surpassed Mad Knights with this performance right now.
They have done phenomenal things this evening, Agfire. In fact, when we saw Zero Tolerance Skills, it seemed to be their day just from the beginning. They have been on fire from the start, just getting better and better with time as well. We saw them in the first map. I think it was, 8 eliminations that they got. Now rounding out with 18. Kind of a ridiculous day at the office for them, but they have done not just enough to win out the day, not just enough to get yet another winner chicken dinner, but this almost certainly solidifies them for the next stage of the Umzansi Esports League. And like Jackfire was mentioning here, DK, they are now looking to challenge the side of Mad Knights at the very top of the leaderboard. But we'll talk about that in a second. For now, we need to show respect. This MVP performance, just ridiculous. This is just wow. Wow. What is so amazing to me about this here, DK, is not the fact that 7 kills, 1,000 damage being dealt out. It's the fact that you have, honestly, multiple candidates from the same squad for MVP and 2 back-to-back games where you have a Zero Tolerance Skills player as MVP, but it's different players each time.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tolerance, right, as we saw, over on Sanhok, absolutely phenomenal performance they brought in. But, I mean, you got to take into consideration, right? In Sanhok, Paradox had 6 eliminations. So this is just, them just trying to kind of build on the performance they brought in over onto Sanhok. So this is a beautiful run-through coming as the players, both Paradox and Skydo. They were just absolutely popping off coming into this match. I mean, we know that Skydo, moving close to the end of the match, was already sitting on 5 eliminations for the team. Just doubling up on that insane play that they've been bringing through. But, I mean, Zero Tolerance, right? I'm sorry, but they came into this match today, right? They came into today's matches, and they decided they will have Zero Tolerance, and they're just going to be flexing their skills.
I mean, somebody had to do it, so shout out DK. You did the right thing for us. Zero Tolerance Skills did the most, and of course, we're going to see this reflected in their tally from the day across 3 games, across 3 maps. Just look at this, Agfire. This is kind of ridiculous. The fact that first he's 33 points in just 1 map. Look at number 2 and 3, right? How ridiculous is it that if you had to combine Blackjack Esports and Delta Squad's performances in this game, you would still need to do a little bit more to match Zero Tolerance Skills? That's how far ahead they just felt from everybody in this lobby. And again, Axfire, they did the thing of eliminating one of the higher ranked squads, taking out Team Apex very early on in the matchup. And suddenly that just made Miramar so much easier for them to play, knowing that they were going to be one of the squads left that has the most strategic understanding of that map. But as evidence from the kills, certainly the most aggression coming into it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zero Tolerance has always been one of those teams that has the experience in the Mzansi. They're a very aggressive team, but I mean, there's definitely an extra bite about them this season. They're coming in and they're not just getting the win, but they're getting the kills as well. And we did talk about this before the game started on today. That if you want to be at that top right now in the Mzansi, it goes beyond just getting that placement point and finishing high up there. You can get those placement points. You can see Delta Squad, they got the placement point, but they just got 2 eliminations. They got themselves 12 points, which is quite good. They're getting those extra points on the leaderboard. But if you want to be at the top, it's more eliminations than placement points, and that exactly is what the boys from Zero Tolerance are doing.
Absolutely. It has been the case across these weeks, across all of these groups, that the kills plus the placement points as a bonus is what can elevate you to the top. Regrettably, there are still teams that have found themselves unable to do so and are still winding out the rear at the bottom of the table. Still, after today's game here on Miramar, this bottom, oof, I am not looking at these teams with happiness and fondness, given that they just had a rough day at the office. There's 2 teams I want to talk about here, DK. Firstly, I want to talk about this Aatrox squad because it's been a very wishy-washy day for them. Some very high highs, but also some very low lows, like in this particular map. But I really, energy. What do they have to do? They came top 3 earlier in the day, but now they found themselves 2 different maps, DK, getting 0 points. Help me out here. What do we need to do for energy to bring them back into this?
They got to make sure the focus stays on point, right? And it's easy to lose focus, right? It's really difficult to keep that mental game going all the way through, right? So aside from the team stepping out on the battlefield, showing us their skills, this is just as much a mental game, right? It's difficult to keep that consistency going, and we can see that being evident looking at how the teams are making their way on through. So all we can hope for is that we're going to see energy coming back much stronger in the next days of gameplay, because I got to agree, this is not ideal for them to be sitting that low on the overall leaderboard. But Aatrox, consistency is there, right? It is leaning a little bit back and forth, but still, it is still somewhat focused. And now all they got to do is just look to dial it in a little bit more as they progress on forward.
Progress being made forward in the Umzansi Esports League is important, and it's not just progress map on map, day on day, but that progress has further ramifications of what the entire league looks like. So as we're taking a quick peek at what these overall rankings look like after our first day of play in the third week of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. Man, I can't believe we've come this far. Zero tolerance skills, as Akfire had outlined earlier, have now overtaken the Mad Knights at the top of the leaderboard by a decent amount of distance. There's still quite a lot of work for Mad Knights to do to catch up. However, they will have 3 additional matches to do it. Blackjack Esports, also from today's efforts, find themselves in 4th place, so decent climb up for them. However, there are some squads that have found themselves getting dragged down, in particular Team Apex. Not really the greatest performances from them today, so their stranglehold that it seemed that they had on the top 4 is certainly being loosened right now. And of course, teams like Team Lag, Delta Squad, and your Killer Is could easily find themselves jumping up and dragging them back down. But Axfire, if you're a solo esports or Mad Knight player, aren't you so happy right now seeing that number? Only 6 matches, but you're still in the top 3 just from having some bombastic games. What a difference it can make to have one show out of a performance, right?
Yeah, definitely. I do think that teams like Solo Esports, Team Apex can still come back in a couple of weeks and continue to give those performances. They know that they have it in them. But Zero Tolerance is now beginning to do it consistently, and maybe we might just be seeing the rise of the boys from Zero Tolerance, Mad Knights, coming into the season and maybe going on into winning that. It's still too early to determine who actually goes on to win, but they're definitely beginning to show signs of that. We've seen teams like Infinity in previous seasons just go in and perform quite great early on, and people thought what, they're not going to be able to see things through, but they went on and did that. So maybe we might be seeing new champions this season, this time around. We'll see how it plays out in the following stages. Yeah,
I mean, especially considering that as we look further down the leaderboard here, the gap between like the first 5 teams are fairly close together. The gap between them and the rest is fairly large. However, the gap between Team 6 all the way down here to about Team 13, DK, is not really that large. It literally is 1 map's worth of performances. Hell, you could even you can make up that difference with just good placements, not necessarily even needing eliminations. So they are not really feeling too bad. All the teams making up that particular stack. Squads like Unique, Fear, EFX, Aatrox, we just spoke about having a bit of inconsistency today, but they've still done enough to keep themselves very far up there. The team I really want to talk about, though, is this Reeler Insider squad, because they're not just on the basis of points. You wouldn't say that they are an upper echelon team, but I think they played some of the most interesting PUBG today. They tried a lot of stuff, fam. It didn't always work, let's be serious. But the fact that they are willing to make those experimental moves within this game, does that bode well for their future within the competition?
It definitely does. I mean, it is a team that we know is very capable of getting themselves onto that first page, right? But as I said before, it is group stages, so the teams are trying to keep a lot still like kind of under wraps, right? They don't want to show their full performance. They don't want to show their tactics. They just want to do enough to get through the group stage, get into the next stage, right? Once we get into semis, that's where you're going to be seeing the teams just bring out a little bit more, but still not unleashing everything, right? Only once we get into the finals, that is when the teams are going to let loose and they are going to just blow everybody's socks off. I've already come prepared for that because I'm not wearing socks today, so like I know how this works.
I'm looking forward to see some of these squads here and 17th to 24th position Axfire, because DK makes a good point. A lot of the squads that are in the first 2 halves, the upper portion of our overall rankings, they can sort of afford to actually be a bit lax in the situation. Although if you're in these squads here, you're not actually safe and secured to get into the playoffs. And worse yet, if you're in this bottom portion of our leaderboard, the bottom 8 teams, you're not even safe to stay in the Umzansi Esports League. So do they have any more time left, or do they just have to try and drop everything, put it on the line right now, where you don't necessarily have the luxury or the option of holding back any more strength?
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at teams like, who have played 9 games, like Black Crystal. They don't have a lot of time to try to prove themselves, on that leaderboard. There's 2 more teams who can, grab themselves a lot of points, like, of course, Slime for KT, who have just played 3 games, like the boys from Sidemen and the rest. But Energy and Black Crystal are not looking, too good. They're in a very, very tough situation right there. Team in Zing B might be able to come back and still perform, on other days, and maybe grab some points enough to get them up on that leaderboard. 10x needs a miracle. They need a day like Zero Tolerance has had. So we'll see how that plays out for them. I'm not going to rule out any team so far, but the teams who have played 9 games, it's definitely looking bad for them.
Yep, certainly it is the case that if you're in the bottom 8 and have played 9 games, you are not looking forward to how this leaderboard has been panning out, especially because this week of PUBG Mobile action is not over, gentlemen. This is only the first day here in our 3rd week of action in the Umzansi Esports League. Once tomorrow rolls around, there's going to be more games, more hype happening, and it becomes a little bit more difficult to find yourself clawing your way back if you don't have a good performance then as well, especially because the teams that are at the very top are doing so through aggression and dominance. The elimination leaders, of course, are going to be coming from our teams at the very top. Zero tolerance skills, no surprise to see both Skydo and Paradox in this top 5. Savage and the Beast from the Mad Knights have also been doing phenomenal work. However, DK, they didn't do well today at all, Apex. But Andrew is still out here as an elimination leader. He is, in my mind, I think the one player that we always have to watch out for on the side of Team Apex. It's starting to feel, honestly, that the team performance is pretty much linked to how well he does. If they do really well, he's doing well. If he's doing badly like he was today, not so great either in that particular situation, is it?
I mean, if we look at it, right, Apex sitting on 51 eliminations in total, right? So Andrew is just doing their part, right? Yes, out of the contributions coming through from all the players in the team, Andrew has just been able to find the most eliminations, right? But it's difficult really to say what the kind of mentality is coming through here. But I mean, we would be kind of expecting to see the team sitting at the top end of the leaderboard to have their players, being featured here in the eliminations leaders, because that just makes sense, right? That's the logical thing to happen. But we'd love to see some of the newcomer teams, right? Teams that are stepping into Umzansi for the first time to make it on towards the eliminations leader kind of page, because that shows the growth that has come through here. And I think we see that kind of being reflected on the overall standings, right? The teams that are more experienced, that have been around the block a few times, that have been in, the previous seasons of Umzansi, they are not to worry about their performances, and they are able to kind of flex and just shoot themselves into a more favorable standing. But the teams that are new, that find themselves, especially on that last page, right, they have to really and honestly go sit, do the VOD reviews, and come up with a winning strategy if they want to get themselves into, or kind of out of that relegation position.
It's a very good point that you mentioned. The fact that we are doing this here in the Umzansi Esports League, this format allows you to be able to go back, look at the replay, understand what went wrong, understand what could go right. And you can certainly see here some of the squads have done their homework. I'm looking at some of the movements of teams like Reela Insider, who was moving a lot better this week than we've seen them in the last couple of weeks. So they've certainly done their homework. And of course, the more experienced squads don't necessarily have to right now. They can still rely on muscle memory. But as time goes on, we'll be looking towards them and seeing what their preparation brings to the table. However, with that, we are now done for the day. We're done for the evening. FIFA has been wrapped up. PUBG Mobile has been wrapped up. And we've seen quite a lot of action for the day. Before we wrap this one up, Actfire, I'll leave this one to you. Give us your highlight of the evening from the PUBG Mobile side of things.
Whew. It was It was obviously the Miramar game. I mean, I didn't expect the boys from Zero Tolerance to win that particular game, having so many different teams around them. But, being able to take on BJE with their, a lot of guys on their side, at the same time, that was absolutely phenomenal for me. And, having those amount of eliminations as well. So yeah, that was definitely my highlight.
So Akfire is certainly a fan of Zero Tolerance Skills doing their best John Wick impression. We'll be hoping to see the squads tomorrow pulling through similar performances. We're going to be closing out the show now, but before we go, please make sure to go on over to the socials, follow Nodwin Gaming Africa, who have been bringing you all of this action in the Umzansi Esports League. And of course, give some love towards Actfire and DK. Their socials are underneath them right now. And give some love towards yourself. Drink some water, call someone you love, let them know you love them, and be here right back again tomorrow in less than 24 hours, because we'll be having the second day of the third week right here in Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. We'll see you then.